Well, good afternoon and welcome to DNA Clash of the Clubs for a European Under-20 club match in Leiria in Portugal. We saw the qualification matches, of course, yesterday, and therefore we have two more and the finals today. So you may have caught sight of what was ongoing. A great opportunity for these young athletes to get stuck in and also try their hand at this innovative format that's been in action since 2019, inaugurated for part of the European Games in Belarus. So just going through the lineups here, we've just introduced Blackheath and Bromley Harriers from Great Britain, Northern Ireland. Alcorcon just on their inside, and then you can see the Portuguese team Juventude Vidigalense. So similar introduction to what we've seen at the World Championships, all the athletes alongside one another, but this is a mixed 4x400 metres relay, so swiftly off to the side and ready to take later part on these four legs. So obviously quite unusual to start off with a relay at an athletics event, which is normally the conclusion, as we look at the Sporting Lisbon team ready in the stands in this big stadium here in Leiria, used for athletics, football and potentially other sports too. And there are the teams involved. So LGO is Oberturgal from Switzerland, Blackheath and Bromley. The other two I also mentioned, Alcorcon and Juventude Vidigalense. Now the order can be changed in terms of gender order, if you like. Obviously we have two men and two women involved here. The order can be changed according to the team manual by the team managers during the race. So they are there with the athletes close to the competition area to facilitate that if needed. And it's also quite unusual. Let's see how we go here then, starting off this second day of action in the mixed 4x4 relay. So the four teams now underway: Oberturgal, Blackheath and Bromley, Alcorcon and Juventude Vidigalense. So you can see a move being made here by Blackheath and Bromley. Obviously they are in lanes on this first leg as the stagger unwinds. Great progress being made by the Blackheath and Bromley first leg runner. One of the United Kingdom's most prominent athletics clubs over the years. Brought through talent such as Dina Asher-Smith and Adam Jamili. And being well represented here, as they have done over the last few years at Dynamic New Athletics. Onto this second handover. So man to woman there for the British team, and you can see flying through there was the Portuguese Vidigalense, then Oberturgal from Switzerland, and then Alcorcon from Spain. So the horns out in the stadium making an awful lot of noise there, providing some atmosphere for us. Nice run here then on this second leg. And the overtake being made also by Oberturgal into second place. So we're looking here, by the way, at the teams that were 4th and 5th across the two matches that took place yesterday. And later we'll see the teams that were in the top 3 in each of those 2 matches. So we could end up seeing another overtake on this leg, but you can see Ober Turgau have pulled out a nice advantage over Vidigalens. But these gaps are quite big. And I think that actually we may see the positions remain the same over the next few minutes. So Blackheath and Bromley, as you can see, their order decided as man, woman, woman, man. And just this final leg to go. Order the same. Vidigalens in 3rd. Alcorcon in 4th. There's going to be a lot of work to do there for this final leg runner. I wonder whether he can close down Vidigalens in front. Well, goodness me, that is by the length of that screen there, a significant advantage. Looked to be around 100 meters, so I'm not sure if that can be closed down, but we'll let the pictures do the talking. Look at this strong finish though from Blackheath and Bromley. Yeah, 2nd place not even flashing into view. And looks like a drone shot here above the finish line. Nice to see there. So, sub 340. As we see coming in 2nd place, Ober Turgau. (3:37.16) official time there. And Juventud Vidigalens do hold on for 3rd place, sub 4 minutes. So delight for Blackheath and Bromley, starting off this match strongly, and great to see that they are loving being part of this. So Ober Turgau and Vidigalens were part of the same match yesterday. They were 4th and 5th respectively. Blackheath and Bromley were with Alcorcon. Again, 4th and 5th respectively. The 4th places were actually quite close to getting in the top 3. Yeah, 10 teams in total here. The others you'll see later. Skoda, Rieti, Metz, Ratos, Sporting, and SK Elite. So quite a few nations across Europe represented. 10 teams, 12 disciplines, 18 athletes per team, and 4 2.5-hour matches across the weekend here. This stadium previously used for the European Throwing Cups, so like me, you may not be familiar to seeing track races in this arena, but certainly plenty of throws. I remember being in the stadium for Johannes Vetter throwing at the time what was the 12th longest javelin throw in history. That would have been 2018 inside the Dr. Magalhães Pessoa Stadium, the home of União de Leiria, formerly managed by Jose Mourinho, before he went on to Porto and of course to many other famous clubs around the continent. So, first look then today at this head-to-head duel in the field events. This will be the shot put, so 2 groups to keep an eye on. So the group stage takes place initially, and then the final a little bit later on. After that initial stage has been completed. So you're watching live coverage then of Dynamic New Athletics Clash of the Clubs 4 in Leiria in Portugal. So this is Emilia Adessa of Blackheath and Bromley. Sophia Chimiris of Juventude Vidigalens. So they're in Group A, and in Group B you've got Irene Bravo of Alcorcon, and then Leana Burgess of Oberturgal from Switzerland. So you may not have watched Clash of the Clubs before, but this is a dual format. And it's the only thing happening at this particular moment in time. So, you know, so often said with track and field that there's lots of simultaneous action and hard to focus on one thing. But that's one of the benefits here, that we can just watch this shot. So we'll look at Group A first. So it's Adessa of Blackheath and Bromley. She's going to have her first effort, and we'll have this measured. So just shy of 12 metres there. So 11:53. And then we'll see what Sophia Chimiris can do. And this is being judged against the 11:53 that we've seen. So it's that head-to-head, a bit like a penalty shootout, but for puts or throws. So you can see obviously there, Emilia Adessa with that 11:53 has taken this first round in the shot put. So an unusual format, and sometimes getting used to new things in athletics can take some doing, just because you're expecting the norm, aren't you? But in some ways quite simple to follow. And now we're moving on to the other pair of athletes. So Irene Bravo of Alcorcon. Looks like many of these athletes using the linear technique, so she's going to glide across this circle, then just making sure to get grip on that shot, launching it up and high. And I think that first line there in the sector is 10 metres. But in terms of this round one, she's head-to-head with Leana Burgess. So that's the important thing. Encourages the athletes to make sure they get a clean measured distance in as well, because this one effort counts. And obviously it's tough having just one, but the same for the other athlete as well. So let's see what Burgess can do for the Swiss club here. So again, using the glide, pushes off to the other side this time. Left arm. Just waiting for this to be measured officially. 10:22. So the victories so far for Adessa and Burgess in round one. So now we go on to round two. You can see using quite a basic technique there, not moving across the circle. all really stepping back. Still appears to get a clean throw in there. Or put. I know some people prefer not to use the word throw. Let's see. 8:49. So now we go straight to Burgess. So this format can facilitate an extra 2 athletes, but slightly different here because of the numbers involved specifically. So let's see what Burgess can do here. 10:41. So obviously she already had that first round win. And now we'll see Adessa in round 3 here. So we've already seen that effort of over 11 meters. Yeah, another using that glide technique and launches with real power there. I think it's a little shorter than her first round. So this part of the initial process before we see the final in just a few minutes' time, expecting it in just over 10 minutes' time. It's actually, I thought it had been given as a foul there, but 11:31. I believe it was 11:53 a moment ago. Bravo, the Spanish athlete for Alcorcon in this last part of the group stage, the women's shot put. Try and find her balance here. Get the grip just right, ready to launch the implement like a coiled spring, building up that energy and then transferring it into the put. So again, around 7-8 meters this time. Had a bit more space there to attack a little bit more. So we're going to keep seeing these 4 clubs involved in matches against one another, and then later on a little later on So the next track event will be the women's 100-meter hurdles in around 6 minutes' time. I may in fact go early with the shot put final, scheduled to be in 10 minutes. And then we'll have the men's 110 hurdles just after 2:30 local time. having a look back at what happened a moment ago. So Adessa, the standout performer for certain in the shot put. Blackheath and Bromley getting off to a good start in this match. In many ways about the individual stories and development opportunity that this match provides. And also, yeah, with the innovation, a chance to do something different. And a learning process, you know, can athletes grapple with the slight difference in format here and mentally, as much as anything, just take on the new information and be aware of what the rules are. And we sometimes see it in even in conventional athletics formats and situations, if you like. Some appearing to wonder what the rules are or unsure of how things work. We saw it yesterday at the World Athletics Championships in Tokyo. Unsure of what happened in the heptathlon when there was a tie. I mean, the convention in recent years has been for athletes to share medals when they're tied at the end of 7 events. But even then, new rules are being introduced all the time. So almost hopeful that there wasn't countback involved. Yesterday people were asking me, what happens? And while you thought it was a tie, you don't want to be sure that it's a medal until you're sure, if that makes sense, because rather disastrous if you say someone's a medalist and then realise that it's not the case. I believe that at the 1976 Olympics there were 3 athletes that were separated by only 5 points, and it was a tie for gold and silver that did go down to count back on individual wins throughout. Well, here the victory comes at the end in the hunt, of course, the staggered start, which you may have seen yesterday. More on that a little bit later, because we are ready for this hurdles final with again 4 athletes involved from the 4 clubs that we'll be seeing across the next couple of hours. So we'll let the graphics introduce the athletes and recap in a moment. We have seen a good start to the match for Blackheath and Bromley, there's no doubt about that. Amber Bloomfield going for them from lane 5 here. As you can see, 4 to 7 being used. So Chinenye Msorom from 4 for Alcocom Bloomfield, Blackheath and Bromley from 5, Alina Kaiser Obertorgau from 6, and Feliciano of Vidigalense in 7. Well, Kaiser and Msorom come into this with good times, and it's those two leading the way at this stage. So it looks as though Obertorgau are going to get their first victory of this particular match. Looks like the clock stopped their track side from my eye at 15:62 for Alina Kaiser. A good victory for her, and it means 12 points. So with 4 teams involved, it's 12, 10, 8 and 6 from 1st to 4th in terms of points for positions. But yeah, very strong in holding her nerve here, particularly in this second half of the race. And Sodom closing her down. So that race concluded quickly, as you'd expect, and a shot put final to follow very shortly. was just waiting to find out why athlete who finished first in that race doesn't appear at the top of the graphics, so maybe a bit of gremlins in the system that will be worked out soon. There we go. 1480 in fact, so quicker than the trackside clock initially showed. Perhaps it was showing the second placer, or perhaps there was an issue with the timing of the first place athlete that's now been rectified. 1480 then for Kaiser to win that. So normally at this stage we'd have a 5th place and then a 4th place and then a 3rd place battle to decide the ultimate order, but just the 4 teams involved. So the 3rd place head-to-head will obviously decide 3rd and 4th, and we'll have a Chimedis of Vidigalens who's just gone there. Just the one throw, of course, though. So yes, if you're new to Dynamic New Athletics, perhaps working out the format now, the initial group stage, head-to-head duel, and now ultimately with the finals to decide positions. So everyone getting 3 efforts in, I think, by the end of things. So Bravo next for Alcorcon. So 8:15 then becomes the target for Bravo. Holding the implement high, and then again between neck and shoulder, make sure she has that grip. Now step back and launch off that foot, transferring that energy through. .945, so it means that Alcorcon will finish 3rd in the women's shot put. You're watching live coverage then of DNA Clash of the Clubs 4 from Leiria in Portugal. Music ringing out in the stadium as we move on then to this match for first place to decide the top 2. Of Oberturgal. Does look like Adessa is the one to beat, though. Well over 11 meters twice. And you have to say that you would back the Blackheath and Bromley athlete to do that again. Come up there, it's at exactly 10 meters. Adessa, though, has personal best with a 3K shot of 15.70. I believe they're using a 4K shot. Real power there, though, and over 12 meters that time. Really pushed that one out into the sector. So Adessa, who is still an under-17 athlete in her first year as an under-17. 12.31. So excellent performance there for an under-17 athlete. More than 2 meters ahead of the competition there. So yes, Blackheath and Bromley are confirmed as winners in 2 different events now. Starting off with that mixed relay and now the women's shot. Men's hurdles to follow in just a moment. Well, you can see the addition of points there. And it puts Oberturgau and Blackheath and Bromley level at this early stage on finals day. So on we go to the men's 110 hurdles. Andrew Nicoro, Blackheath and Bromley Harriers. Mauro Huta of Oberturgau. Of course, his teammate Kaiser winning the women's race a moment ago. Eduardo Camacho of Juventude Vidigalense of Portugal. keen to get going, and Adrian Aedo from Alcorcon. So once again, lanes 4 to 7 being used. Nicotto on the inside. Hutter, Camacho and Aedo here. So very close there. That hurdle clattered a moment ago by Hutter. Very close though. He is coming back into it past Nicotto once again. Double hurdles victories for Oberturgau of Switzerland. Did very well there. Wasn't necessarily the cleanest race, but very, very strong to come through. So nearly half a second the margin of victory for Mauro Hutter. Two athletes sub 16 seconds there. You can see nice graphic with the gaps to the athlete above. Let's take another look. So Nicotto in the black vest and the green vest of Hutter. So Nicotto hit that hurdle hard, and that one too. A third for good measure, a fourth. Hutter holding his nerve across the line. Well, Blackheath and Bromley and Oberturgau were the fourth place teams yesterday. A fair amount better in terms of points in the initial Saturday matches in Vidigalens and Alcorcon. So maybe it isn't too surprising that they have been stronger of the four teams so far. Coming up in a few moments, we'll have the first men's field event. And then before the 10 of the hour, we'll have seen the women's 800 metres. Looks like the men's long jumpers nearly ready to go out there. You can see it is a little bit windy today. Otherwise sunny conditions. But the home straight rather more shaded than the back straight. Oberturgau now in the lead. It was jointly before held by Oberturgau and Blackheath and Bromley between these four teams. Well, we've seen this DNA format used across Europe, in Spain, Scotland, and initially in Minsk, as I was saying. We're moving on to this long jump. So again, another case of this duel. We're going to see Oberturgau and Alcorcon together initially. That's Loris Egger. To Ruben Gomez of Alcorcon. Miguel Costa of Vidigalens, and Dennis Savage getting a good cheer for Blackheath and Bromley. Well, we're going to see Egger go initially, driving down this runway then, building up the speed. Looks to have set off a little bit early there in terms of timing. I wonder whether he'll be given a distance here. His team leading as mentioned. Yeah, so even if given a distance, this won't be representative of his talent, and tricky because this round one does count. .359. Yeah, it's not a representative distance for him. He has a personal best of 6:55. That was set in July in Amriswil in Switzerland. Probably his main event. But of course, Egger could still win this particular round. Easy target here for Gomez. To get a clean jump in. Now that was close. I think we're using white and red flags here from what we've seen so far. Officials looking closely. Difficult to tell from this angle. Here we go. So approaching. Let's see what the distance is for Ruben Gomez of Alcorcon. Capable of 682. 599, so does take this first round in this first group. So now a completely different duel between the other two athletes involved. Miguel Costa against Dennis Savage. Costa has gone over 7 meters, which is a good distance for a teenage athlete. Obviously at world-class level athletes going up and over 8 meters. Did look solid on the board there. Could have maybe achieved a bit more height in the jump to keep him in the air for longer. So again, another working those arms and legs really hard down this runway. You can see that rotation in the air there, trying to stay airborne. .632 sounded like from the stadium announcer. Well, that's the best we've seen so far. And it's further than the personal best of Dennis Savage, 6:14 set earlier this year. That was in Finsbury Park. Used to live around the corner from there. A couple of months ago. Quite a significant improvement this year. Unfortunately given as a foul though. You can see a bit of a darting run there, trying to accelerate, but didn't execute that takeoff. Yes, big improvement this year, I was going to say. From 5.75 by some 39 centimetres, very strong. He's also improved his 100 metre PB to 11.66. Of course, that will help with his long jump. We look now at Robin Gomez. So again, of course, he has an easy target now. If he can get a clean jump in. Trying to get those watching on inside the stadium to support him. So nice driving run now, head up, and that is going to be very close on the board. You can see he did put those eyes down to just check foot placement. Oh, I think that should be spot on. .617, so just shy of the best that we've seen so far, which is 6:32. So of course that goes in the way of Gomez's favour for Alcorcon. So Lorisega will be next to go in the second round. Oh, switch out for Savage here. Now that did look better. Not going to be that near his personal best, but a better showing of himself. Dennis Savage, in fact, is the track and field captain for Portsmouth University. Now on to Lorisega. So the Swiss athlete, 2009 born. So one of the youngest athletes here. That, of course, meaning that he will turn 16 this year. Achieves nice height there. As we said, capable of 6:55 at best, and that was a couple of months ago. .579 this time around. Miguel Costa next to go. Oh, but struggling on that run up. Not sure what happened there, but a bit of amusement among those watching on. I thought maybe with his initial run up in that opening round that he maybe looked a little leggy, so I don't know whether he's feeling tired or just didn't execute that well, or was looking to get a clean jump in. However he could, it was, yeah, any slower would have been a standing long jump. Oh, he's smiling anyway. That's maybe the main thing. 3.5 meters there. On we go to the first piece of middle distance action that we've seen as part of this match. Neve Stanley of Blackheath and Bromley, then Elena Palacios of Alcorcon. For Juventud Vidigalens, Maria Manassa and Sophie Kaiser of the Turgal. So again, using these optimal lanes for the athletes in Leiria. Neve Stanley in her second DNA, an English schools finalist in the steeplechase there on the outside. So you can see rather big difference in pace initially. Two athletes just behind wanting to run their own race here, so the feeling is that if we do see a battle, it'll certainly be among the top two. So Stanley has a personal best of 2:17.84. That was set last year. She's a second year under 17 athlete. And obviously many setting PBs year on year, as commenting on if you're watching the domestic British Age Group Championships. That was actually set in Bromley, so at a home track last June. But this race, you get the feeling it still isn't over. Palacios just trying to measure this gap behind. So just a few meters between the athletes, and Palacios trying to use a bit of energy to get close to Stanley, who of course may well have another couple of gears to go into on this final lap. Really good battle though, 12 points available for the winner. Come in to this back straight again. It's possibly where the gap was at its largest. Palacios doing really well to stay in touch. And certainly keeping Stanley on her toes. So now they go into the top bend and will feel like a long 200 meters for Stanley. Let's see what she's got left to give. Palacios really sticking to the Blackheath and Bromley athletes. Glued to the back of that vest. And now tries to make a move down the outside. So Stanley against Palacios. Stanley has saved something. Palacios still working and fighting, but Stanley had enough. And was able to hold on, and I'm sure that would have felt like quite a long 200 meters, but she knew that she had saved just that extra gear for the last 30 meters or so. And further back here, you can see athletes in third and fourth. Turgau and Vidigalens. So Kaiser ahead of Manassa. So quite an intelligent way to run that race for Stanley. Just eked up the pace and also stayed in control and front ran rather than leaving it to chance at the end. But also a solid strategy for Palacios just to hang on the shoulder. She had to use some energy just to not surge up to the back, but gradually close the gap, which had built up to a fair amount of more than 10 meters. And then she tried to make a move, but Stanley, as you suspected, had something in reserve. Boding well, therefore, Blackheath and Bromley, another victory for them. And a buffer zone between them and Oberturgau. Those two teams appearing to be the strongest over this first hour. So we're going to see this long jump final now. And all of these athletes putting in a pretty good account of themselves so far. Laurie Seger's going to go against Dennis Savage for third place in this final. So 6:55 versus 6:14, their two personal bests. Seger looked a little bit disappointed by not being as close as he would have liked to 6 meters in the previous round. So of course this his third jump of the competition. And again looked a little bit off with the timing there. Of course just has 3 attempts to try and get things right, and each one of them important. So initially we had the group stage and the dual format continuing here. So we had 2 athletes in each group initially, and therefore each getting 2 attempts. And after that, it then goes into the final where it's a head-to-head for third place, just one jump each, and a head-to-head for first place. 6:19 then for Loris Egger, so that's still a solid measurement, even if there was more distance potentially available for him. On to Savage, had that foul initially, and then a much stronger showing after that. So had good power there with the takeoff, gets the white flag, which is all important. So it looks like one of the Blackheath and Bromley team managers down there with him. You see, I described it as a bit of a darting run before, but yes, did look strong. Let's have a look at this measurement then. Hard to tell from that angle. There was distance between him and that black line. Okay, 6:09, so it means that Oberturgau will score more points than Blackheath and Bromley here. But of course, with only 4 teams involved, the gap can't end up being too big. And it's just 2 points more there. We'll see another points update, I'm sure, before too long. Chance for Alcorcon to climb up the table, perhaps. And maybe take their first victory. Here is their athlete, Ruben Gomez. So he's building acceleration, and that did, again, look good on the board. See that white flag really blowing hard in the wind, so adding a dimension to this long jump challenge. I think I heard 5:91 from the stadium announcer there. We'll have that confirmed shortly. There we are. So, on to Miguel Costa. 5:91 is the target. This is for overall victory in the long jump and 12 points. Between Alcorcon and Juventud Vidigalens. So you can see the support particularly excited in the stadium about the Portuguese team. So let's see Costa. He looked to be struggling with his run-up. Maybe that's why. Maybe he's feeling a bit of an injury there. Was it the hamstring he was holding? Well, it's still a powerful run there. Maybe he was trying to save himself for that last round, or it was something that just flared up on that jump. Either way, a brave attempt there for this young man. 5:91, of course, was the target. 4:19 he's achieved there. Okay, so it means that Alcorcon will take victory. Now, yes, obviously it wasn't the longest jump of the competition, but in the very head-to-head battle that we were watching, this is the first place match, and Ruben Gomez coming out on top. So he produced more when it mattered in this final. So that's then converted into points, and 12 going the way of the Spanish club, Alcorcon. Okay, so time to give you an update on the timetable, the next few events coming up. In a few moments, we'll have the men's 400 hurdles and women's high jump. I'll just break away to show that we're back level. Look at that. Between Blackheath and Bromley and Alcorcon. So showing us exactly level there. And then Vidigalens in 4th place. So yes, as I was saying, about 5 or so minutes until the 400 hurdles. Then the women's high jump. Expecting that in around 10 minutes time. I think we're going off early with some of these races if the athletes are ready, which is quite sensible. Women's 100 metres from around past. Women's high jump final after that. Men's javelin. Men's 200 metres. And then the hunt to conclude. So that will be just over an hour's time. So yeah, relatively fast-paced and short matches, a sort of style that the Diamond League have tried to use to keep things compact and keep the energy up. One event here at one time, that's the difference. So you don't have to keep eyes on 3 or 4 things at once. And good to have the graphics confirming the points at a regular interval as well, so we can keep track of that for you. Well, we've already seen the sprint hurdles. I wonder whether any athletes will reappear once again. Doesn't look like that's the case, but I wondered whether some would double up. There's no limit to how much you can double up. And the way the rounds are, it would limit fatigue, of course, so that brings potential to do it. So Fura of Turgau in the green vest from lane 7. This is Chinedu Ndukwu, Blackheath and Bromley. In lane 5, Emilio Akira Lopez of Alcorcon, and then Nono Cordero of Vidigalens. Ndukwu, who is a mechanical engineering student at the University of Warwick. With a career ambition of becoming a mechanical and software engineer. Let's see how they do in this race. So 1 lap of the track with the hurdle barriers to negotiate. Fura and Ndukwu, Lopez, Cordero. From outside to in. So pretty even at the start. You can see Ndukwu now making the move. He has a personal best of 59.43. There's another who said it last year. Also coming on his home track in Bromley, but being overtaken here. You can see Lopez moving very nicely ahead of Cordero. So again, the two clubs are 3rd and 4th in the standings, looking to try and overturn that and make up the gap to those on 60 points. Blackheath and Bromley and Oberturgau. Well, we're going to have 2 victories in a row across field and track for the Spanish side, Alcorcon. What a win here for Lopez. Around 58 seconds there, but we'll wait for a confirmed time. looking out of breath there after that 400 hurdles run. 57.18 in fact for Emilio Akira Lopez. Again, you have to remember these are under 20 athletes, and for many of them, I know it's not major international competition, but it is an international debut of sorts. I know we often consider international to be running in the rest of your country, but yes, these sorts of matches, and over the years we've had the European Champion Clubs Cup as well. Providing a unique opportunity as well for the clubs to get that sort of shout out on a stage like this. And a decent margin there. Look at those gaps, they're all around 3 seconds. The issue is for Alcorcon that even though they won, you know, the lowest that the leaders can finish is 4th, so what's that, 6 points maximum that can be taken off. There we are then, Alcorcon. That victory enough to draw level with Oberturgau. Blackheath and Bromley just 2 points in front, so nice the way the events have been ordered, paying into the hands of the Spanish club. So we're going to see the return of the dual format for this women's high jump. You can see Alina Kaiser, who won the sprint hurdles a few moments ago, returns. So the high jump is unique again, slightly different from what we've already seen in the long jump and shot put. In this case, there's no predetermined heights. So obviously, usually in a high jump competition, that's what you would have, you know, starting at something like 162 and then maybe moving up to 165 or in higher increments, so on and so forth. Everyone will get 3 jumps. I'm just watching some of the highlights of what's happened in the past hour in this first of the finals matches. Blackheath and Bromley winning the mixed 4x400 metres relay at the start of the day, or start of the afternoon. Nice sunny conditions for sprinters. You can see the arch of the stadium roof, though, almost like it's closing in on the athlete as they come down the home straight. And this was a nice close race. Kaiser, who we're about to see, winning the women's 100 metre hurdles. Alcorcon second, Blackheath and Bromley third. Burgess here for Oberturgau, beaten by Adessa, Emilia Adessa, the English schools champion in the shot put, also UK under-17 winner. And here, this was a nice close race between Andrew Nicotto, who actually specialises in American football at Stanford University, studying out in the US. just beaten there in those sprint hurdles. A nice close battle. Okay, moving back to the high jump then. So this is where athletes reveal what height they'd like to open up with in the first round. So they've chosen this height, chosen something relatively easy that they're comfortable with clearing, you would have thought. So looks like we've got Alcor Khan against Blackheath and Bromley. So the athlete that's chosen the lower height, that'll be 138, will go first. So of course it means if you bring the bar down and you've chosen a higher height, actually the athlete who's cleared the lower bar will end up progressing. So this is Jackie Nzekwe. But again, we will see a duel between two athletes, and then we'll move to a different pair. In this first round. So Jackie Nzekwe with this controlled acceleration, curved run-up, does clear 138, so that all looked relatively straightforward, just as you'd expect. So the challenge is there, really. You could choose a higher height and take the risk. Natalia Kreswa of Alcor Khan has elected to choose 142 as her opening height here, approaching from the other side. Oh, and had plenty of height there. So she, therefore, has won this opening round in this group. We'll see how have one more turn in this group stage. Well, I thought it was 142, but showing us 143 there. So Alessandra Santos of Vidigalens and Elisa Kaiser of Oberturgau. Let's have a look. Okay. So, again, 5 centimetres between the two athletes. Reasonable amount higher than what was seen in the first group. It means that Santos will go first and will have one attempt at 151. Santos from this left-hand side, unfortunately, brings this bar down. So all up to Alina Kaiser from the Swiss club of Thurgau in the green vest. Can she clear 156? Otherwise, of course, they both will have brought the bar down and neither will have won this first round in this group. But she can clear this time. So, yes, you wonder whether the athlete following sometimes has a bit of an advantage. Well, either way, Alcorcon and Thurgau looking strong so far. Now we go into the second round. So we will see Nzekwe. So she wants to add a clearance to her name here. And then we'll see Kaiser, then Crespo and Santos. They'll all have one more go in the group stage. And really they want to add a clearance to their name. And then we'll have an overall tally of first, second, third and fourth the order. Approaching the final where they'll battle it off, one attempt each to decide first place. And the order from there. 143, so she's gone up then by 5 centimetres from the initial attempt that she cleared. And Nzekwe, oh, okay, so unfortunately not having enough height there. So this could be the ball in the court of other athletes now. Shortly we'll see what sort of height Kaiser is intending to jump. It was 156 that she cleared just a moment ago. So yes, by going second, she of course doesn't have long between these attempts. .155. So this round, of course, completely independent of the first round, and she doesn't have to choose progressive height to go up further than 156. So in many ways that is rather sensible. So Kaiser, well, that's impressive then. So consecutive clearance, 156 and then 155. Playing a little bit safe after that earlier clearance and had plenty of height to spare. 146 this time for Natalia Crespo of Alcorcon. So she does elect to go higher by 3 centimeters. Again, that would be a conventional progression. Well, approaching that bar very, very close. A little shrug of the shoulders there. Always looked difficult, but initially I thought she had actually cleared that bar, but just edged off. Very quick change of direction. Now this time, going second will be Alessandra Santos. So with just the 4 athletes, it does mean that a clearance has a spike next to your name. Otherwise, getting a tick, so it helps for your overall tally going into the final. The first round was a direct head-to-head, and then clearance helping towards your tally between first and fourth place going into that final. So Kaiser looking strong. What can Santos do? For her first clearance, and now this time she does make it over. So final coming up in just a few moments. In between we will have the women's 100 meters. Yeah, very much playing it safe there after that lower attempt failure. Higher attempt failure. Athletes then have to decide what sort of height they'll go for in the finals. So Nzekwe just having a think about that. That was her first clearance, I think, at 138. Then we saw Crespo at 143. Santos brought down 151. Kaiser cleared 156, so she therefore leading the way at this point. Nzekwe bringing down the next bar, 143 I think that was. Kaiser over 155. Crespo though brought down 146. and Santos over 135. The only athlete that failed with the first attempt, and therefore she went in at the lower height after that. So puts Kaiser in a very good position, looking strong ahead of that final, which comes up in just a moment. So Katerina, Queen of Vidigalens, is followed by Nayala of Alcorcon. This then for Blackheath and Bromley, Cheyenne Nketiah. And for Oberturgal, it's Sina Meli. So we know that it's particularly close between the top three teams. Oberturgal, Blackheath and Bromley and Alcorcon. Let's see how this one pans out. Nketiah, perhaps the marginal favourite. And it's she who leads the way for Blackheath and Bromley. In second place, Nayala of Alcorcon, quite clear. And the victory, 12 points for Nketiah, Blackheath and Bromley. The clock's showing as 15.1 seconds. I think it's faster than that. I'll just wait for an official time to come up. So either way, Alcorcon really coming into this match after a bit of a slow start, shall we say. And here it was rather even, but Nketiah just eats up the ground and holds firm in terms of her advantage. So you're watching live coverage then of DNA Clash of the Clubs 4. Under 20 clubs match. A format that's been used for the last 6 years, Dynamic New Athletics. Looks like that's Divine Eheme. You can see with the durag there. Been an incredible talent rising through over the last couple of years, but of course he's still such a young athlete. He did the sprint double at the UK National Championships recently. Still only 15 years of age. So I wonder whether we'll see him in the 200 metres in half an hour's time. Back to the high jump in this final then. So we've got Nzekwe and Santos. What are going to be their heights? So they're standing ready to reveal. Santos trying to stop herself from smiling, it looks like. Okay, so 140 for Nzekwe. So she's gone in between what she's achieved so far. And then obviously Santos achieved 135 earlier. These athletes are really getting their moment individually. And one attempt. So Jackie and Nzekwe saw that initial clearance to start us off in the group stage at 138. Flies over bar, given a rattle, but stays on for Nzekwe of Blackheath and Bromley. This is, of course, a lower height than Santos has chosen, so not guaranteed third place just yet. Santos looking to add 8 points to her team's tally. A bit of a longer run up here. Clearance for her at 135 in the group stage after that failure at 151, so she initially elected to take a risk and then played safe. So this clearance would get her team the 8 points for third place, because it's a higher height than Nzekwe elected for with her one attempt, one and only. Oh, didn't have the speed coming in, but did have the athleticism, and it's a great clearance for third place for Vidigalens. So that, of course, her best of the day so far. Now, even if there is a failure at a height here, this is the first place match, so second is the worst that can be achieved by these two athletes, and that is by virtue of what they've already done. So it does mean, as we were saying in the long jump, the best attempt of the day can come in the group stage, but at least you will still get the credit, because you'll be through to the first place match if you're one of the best two. But now you're surely aiming for top points, because yeah, you can still get 10 by failing at a lower height. So yes, they've both gone over 150 now. And Crespo had cleared 143, now going for 153. And looked like 156 for Kaiser, who'd already cleared that. So Alcorcon continuing to establish their advantage on proceedings, but wait and see the next update. I think it was before the 100 meters that was Blackheath and Bromley 2 points ahead, and Oberturgau and Alcorcon level, so very narrow advantage. Blackheath and Bromley then winning the 100 meters but finishing fourth here. So all change. Crespo again takes off very close to the bar. It was a slightly different approach there. And she did change direction earlier, you can see. So it means that whatever happens, Kaiser has finished first by virtue of that clearance at 156 earlier, as I understand it. But let's see what she can do here at that height again. So just using this time wisely to think through her routine, visualize what she has to do to clear. And now with this controlled acceleration, curved run up towards this bar, and good acceleration over it. Excellent transfer of energy upwards. So victory here for Oberturgau. Blackheath and Bromley had the best start to the match, and then Alcorcon have come into it, but the Swiss team have remained pretty consistent throughout. 155 the clearance. And going over all three bars that she attempted, and following her victory in the one-hand hurdles. So yeah, proving to be a key player in this battle, if you like, the MVP for Oberturgau. And that is the final standing. So Crespo gets the credit for what she did earlier, the clearance at 143. And it means that she finished second ahead of Santos. Okay, latest update on the timetable then. We're heading towards the finish of this meeting then, and it's still pretty close. We've got men's javelin, men's 200 and then men's javelin before the hunt. Looks like the javelin throwers are out there and nearly ready. Wow, look at that. All top three on 86. That is extraordinary at this stage in proceedings. And then Vidigalens on 66. So obviously if that was the same going into the hunt, they'd all set off at the same time. And it would be between their athletes in the hunt for victory. So javelin coming up in just a moment. So I believe, similar to multi-events at the World Athletics Championships, if there is a tie in the hunt down to thousandths of a second, then the teams will be judged to share the position rather than going down to count back, such as individual event wins across the disciplines that we've seen this afternoon. Looks like we're introducing our 4 javelin throwers. So again, the clubs that we've been seeing across the last hour or so. This is Simon Hanselman, preceded by Gabriel Fernandez, Max Kennedy and Pedro Marcelino. So it's back to the original format for field events that we were seeing earlier with the shot put and long jump, rather than the high jump predetermining the heights that you're going to try and clear. Obviously you can't quite do the same thing with the javelin. I suppose you could try and theorize what you're about to throw and then try and get as close to it as possible. You know, many ways of varying things up. You could try and each go over 30 meters and then each over 40 or each over 50 after that. Change up the threshold. I mean, these could be all training exercises as well, of course. So Max Kennedy down this runway, pulling back to throw and pushing all the way through the implement. And that looks to be well over 40 metres there. So this stadium regularly used for throwing, and the European Throwing Cup that I was mentioning earlier. Since back in 2014, of course, the venue moving around a little bit more recently, going to Nicosia, has been to Split in Croatia as well. So measurement about to come up on screen for Max Kennedy of Blackheath and Bromley. Don't forget, his club equally matched with Alcor Khan and Oberturgal, 47-30 so far. Marcelino now attacking this runway. Similar sort of distance, possibly not quite as far, gets the white flag. .45.01, so Kennedy therefore helps him going into the second round of this group stage, winning this first duel. Now, the other pair, Jorge Eduardo Gonzalez for Simon Hanselmann. Okay, so very rudimentary technique there from the Spanish athlete. Trying to get a clean throw on the board, making sure he's getting the points in. So foul there for Gonzalez. Hanselmann though, let's see what he can do. So that's better. It might be the best that we've seen so far. Trying to get that angle of release just right. Pushing all the way through the implement, blocking just before the line. So, waiting to see this distance, 49.36, the best that we've had so far. So, first round has been completed, and we'll see the athletes once more each in the group stage. So this is the last field event to go. And two more track events, including the hunt where the winner's decided. Pedro Marcelino. Long run up here, holding that javelin high, building up the speed, trying to transfer that energy. And javelin goes up high, stalls a bit and comes down shy of 40. Just push a little hard there, and 35.28. Let's see what Hanselmann can do. So he was in Group B and won that initial duel, giving him the spike next to his name. Not much time for the athletes between each attempt, of course. Hanselmann getting a jog on to get to the start of his run-up in this second round. So let's watch him again. Not as much power on the release that time. We're going to see if we can get an athlete over 50 meters. Don't often watch from this angle, do we? So close on the release, just by the side, and gets a different opportunity to observe technique in the javelin. We're looking at the big screen, looks like. Get eyes on this distance, strapping around the knee there for support. 50.79 for Hanselmann. So there we go. Looking very strong. Following that victory for Kaiser. So each of the top 3 teams is having a solid run of good performances. They're all level on 86 with Wiedergalens 20 points behind. Really good battle for victory. Max Kennedy in this third round now. So attack that one nicely. Another solid showing from him. Much better, 51.83. So second and third rounds here, of course, as we've been saying, because of just the 4 teams are slightly different, rather than the head-to-head duel counting in the athlete's favour. It's getting a clean throw in and better in terms of distance, and it's a bit of a standing throw there from Gonzalez, and that's possibly actually worked better for him, or just as well. Clearly not a javelin throw by trade. meters 16 there. So that concludes the group stage in the javelin. Throws over 50 meters from Kennedy and from Hanselmann. And that puts them nicely into the first place match that we'll see in just a few minutes. Before then, the men's 200 meters. So there was that throw from Kennedy. Over 53 meters there for the Briton. suppose you have to analyse that every position really does matter at this point, just because it's so close, particularly between the top three. As I said a moment ago, they were all level on 86 points just before the Javelin got underway, and that's yet to be decided, along with the 200 metres. So yes, in theory, that's 20 points before the hunt. The difference potentially, but we know seemingly that Kennedy and Hanselmann look like they've got the advantage, certainly over Alcorcon in the Javelin, so that could make all the difference. In this race, we've got Divina Hemmer, the British athlete for Blackheath and Bromley, the under-15 world record holder in the 100 metres and the 60 metres. .10:30 at best for 100 metres, an extraordinary time for such a young athlete. So, waiting this men's 200 metres coming up very shortly. Then we'll have the final of the Javelin and then the hunt. Winner takes all across 4 distances. It is a form of relay: 600 metres, 400, then 200, and then 800. So, yes, well, at the European Under-18 Championships, we've seen a form of Swedish medley relay, progressively 100 to 400, if I remember correctly. That's obviously been in existence in fairly recent times, since 2016, and there will be championships of that nature next year in Rieti in Italy. Previously hosted European junior competitions. Unfortunately, due to COVID cancellation of previous one. And then we had Jerusalem 2022 and Banska Bystrica in 2024. So making our way over to the far side for this final. Getting ready to introduce the athletes. I was mentioning Divina Hemmer has actually improved his personal best to 10:29, so by 100th of a second recently, compared to 10:30 that I said a moment ago. He's now an under-17 competitor. He's come back from injury this year. Initially suffered indoors. 21:28 at best. You can see the fastest over 200 metres. So Blackheath and Bromley expected to do well here and in the Javelin. So at the moment they're looking like marginal favourites in this particular match. This is Mauro Hutter, another athlete we saw earlier on, and also competed yesterday too. 21.28 at best. He has run a windy 21.2 this year in Eton in May. This is Alberto Ortiz, you can see, is also sub 22. And turning his face away from the camera. I'm sure he won't be shy on the track though. This is Ernesto Rodriguez of Vidigalens. So they're in 4th place overall, just looking to make up some of that gap perhaps to the teams in front. So once again, 4 teams in this final. The penultimate track race, the last individual track race of this match. So interesting here, we're using lanes 2 to 5. The 100s and hurdles are using 4 to 7. So Rodriguez for Vidigalens on the inside. Then Alberto Ortiz of Alcorcon. Divine Ehema, Blackheath and Bromley. And then Mauro Huta of Oberturgau on the outside, the Swiss. Well, Rodriguez seemingly got a good start there. Now Ehema motors through this bend, powers his way through just as he did at his national championships. So Ehema eyes only forward. Rodriguez in 2nd place. And then Ortiz of Alcorcon. Let's have a look at the clock here. For Ehema, looks to be 21.43 trackside. So not too far away from his personal best. Already run sub 22 in all conditions 4 times this year. 21.44 in fact, nearly a second ahead of Rodriguez. So it's his 3rd fastest wind legal time, if indeed it is wind legal, because not sure we've had sight of that information. We'll try to bring you up to date with that. The wind has been still for the last few races, including that women's 100-metre final. And it means that we have 1 field event final now. And then the hunt in just a few minutes. So things going off a little early ahead of time, which is good because it keeps the gap short and the schedule tight. As we were saying, Kennedy and Hanselmann over 50 metres earlier, it means they'll be in the 1st place match. And now it's just 1 effort. Gonzalez, as we were saying, you know, I don't think he'll mind us saying that he's not a javelin thrower by trade. Just trying to do what he can. You can see by the smile on his face, putting his toes into new water here. Pedro Marcelino then. So with a long run up here, holding this javelin up. Now withdraws that throwing arm. He'll push all the way through the implement. He'll block before the line and it will come short of 40. So just has to get the white flag to be 3rd place outright. And looks like he should get it. So moving on quickly, just like that, the 1st place match just about to take place. And this should be a good duel then. Hanselmann against Kennedy. 34-30 for Pedro Marcelino of Vidigalens. So for the Swiss club here, Simon Hanselmann. With that support on the knee, let's see. Javelin goes up high, is going to come down well over 40 meters. You can see there, it is windy. Can affect the sensation somewhat, and sometimes the distances. Let's have a look. This is important for the overall victory. Blackheath and Bromley obviously getting more points in that previous race. So Oberturgau could do with an advantage here going into the hunt. Max Kennedy, best in the group stage, over 53 meters. Hanselmann hasn't quite matched what he's done before. So Max Kennedy of Blackheath and Bromley, the last javelin throw here in this match. Let's see where this javelin lands. And that looks to be similar to what he did before. Thanks to the support. Let's see, withdraws that throwing arm early, but still good power on that release. So he's looking for around 50 meters again. I think feeling relatively confident here. Indeed, 51.36, so top points for Blackheath and Bromley. Another 12 added to their tally in the javelin thanks to Max Kennedy. Well, the teams were all level, the top three ahead of Vidigalens, 20 behind. And then Blackheath and Bromley, who started the match so well, finishing it strongly. And that leaves them with a solid advantage going into the hunt. So let's see if we can get a look at these standings as they are, right on cue. Lovely view of the castle, by the way, I think it is. 8 points, the difference now, so that's fairly significant. It will be quite difficult to make it up, and Blackheath and Bromley have obviously won some of the events that are coming up, including 200 and 800, so it's a tall order. Obviously 12 points available for victory in the hunt, and 2 available normally for 6th place. We've only got 4 teams though, so it means that Alcorcon, make it now, can't win the competition as they're 10 points back. And neither can Oberturgau, 8 points back. 6 is the maximum difference. So yes, it could also come down to a disqualification, really. That's the main thing, I guess, that we have to watch out for. It needs to be a clean hunt for Blackheath and Bromley. So nothing like a lane infringement or error in changeover. I think that's all that can stop them. An injury potentially, so a DNF or DQ. Either way, that appears to be the only thing that can stop Blackheath and Bromley winning this initial match on finals day between the clubs that finished 4th and 5th in yesterday's qualifying matches. Still the top 6 from yesterday to come, so it makes it a fight between those 7th to 10th in the overall order by the end of the full proceedings. So here we have it, the finale of this first match as part of DNA Clash Clash of the Clubs 4 in this European Athletics Under-20 Clubs match. And this is the final between the clubs that finished 4th and 5th in their qualifying matches yesterday. So will effectively decide 7th to 10th in the overall order at the end of proceedings. Well, each point going into the hunt translates as 0.33 seconds. So obviously that's quite some advantage that Blackheath and Bromley will have. So they will set off in the stagger. As mentioned, we will have women's 600 metres, men's 400, women's 200 and men's 800. We've seen all the teams introduced now. Juventud Vidigalens, Alcorcon, Oberturgau and Blackheath and Bromley. At one point we thought they might be neck and neck, going off at the same time in the hunt, but not so. So Blackheath and Bromley leading by 8 points, go off first. And one of the unique natures of the hunt is that any false start will lead to a subsequent disqualification. And that's because we're kind of midway through the timing order working out into the advantage. So just has to continue and all teams be released onto the track. So Blackheath and Bromley, this is their advantage. You can see the teammates trying to watch on and cheer. This initial 600 metres, so 1.5 laps of the track obviously for these first leg runners. And they're all women, so it's a form of mixed relay, but gender's the same at all times. And in this 600 metres, so 0.33 seconds times 8, of course, the advantage that Blackheath and Bromley were given, but you can see Oberturgau chasing it down. So Alcorcon then were initially 0.66 behind Oberturgau, and that gap looks to have grown. Well, this is a little reminiscent of the women's 800 metres. It was Stanley of Blackheath and Bromley who eventually won that, but there was a good gap managed behind by the Alcorcon athlete. And this time it's Oberturgau, the Swiss club, behind. So, on to men's 400, 1 lap of the track. Alcorcon definitely falling further back. Vidigalens in 4th place. It's a little tough on Vidigalens given the gap going into this hunt. Always going to be running a bit of a lone race out there. But this has proved strong on this lap for Blackheath and Bromley, at least the first half of it. Extending their advantage over Oberturgau. But just how important was that victory for Divina Hemmer in the 200 and then Max Kennedy in the Javelin, because otherwise it would have been a tiny advantage over Oberturgau. So the Swiss team there, a bit of tiring on the end of that 400. Now, women's 200 sprint. So, fantastic performance. It's obviously quite unusual to see a 200 metres in lane 1. Now we go on to the men's 800 metres, so there's still a chance. Alcorcon still solidly in 3rd place here. So 3 minutes into this hunt we go. And looks like Dennis Savage, who was in the long jump earlier in this 800 metres for Blackheath and Bromley. So they look to be firmly on their way to victory in this match. So just trying to get a sense of this gap in real time then. You can see that Savage's lead is such that the Oberturgau athlete not shown on the screen. There we go. Down this straight you get an idea, a feel for it. Best part of 10 seconds between them, and Alcorcon closing in third place if anything. So that looks where an overtake is much more likely to happen. Savage coming home strongly here. So can the Swiss club hold on to second place? Blackheath and Bromley though, fourth yesterday in qualification for today. And they're going to finish best out of the teams that were fourth and fifth on the first day of action here in Leiria. Great competitors across track and field, the British club. And brought home for victory in the hunt. Sub 5 minute clocking then. Oberturgau going to hold on for second place in this match. Alcorcon surely getting the third. Not too much distance between them in the end. Vidigalens at fourth. So we now know the rankings of the 7th to 10th teams overall across this DNA competition. So sets the stage nicely for what is to come, where the overall winner will be decided. Skoda and Ratour first yesterday. And Skoda with the biggest points tally, so it'll be very interesting to see. There were 3 teams that managed over 110 points in their initial matches yesterday. And of course 12 for victory, so looking rather special. Blackheath and Bromley, as we were saying, started off the match very well and finished it ever so strongly too. Very few weak points for the club. So we're just having a look back at some of the highlights here, and we know that at 5:15 local time, that's when the final match across this competition will begin. So yes, 5:15 local time is just over 50 minutes, so just under an hour until that gets going. We'll see a Skoda from Czechia, Rieti of Italy, and Metz from France, Ratour of Ireland, Sporting of Portugal, and SK Elite from Estonia. They will be the 6 teams trying to become the overall winners. But for now we celebrate Blackheath and Bromley on top. From Oberturgau, Alcorcon and Juventud Vidigalens. Divina Hem are part of those celebrations out front. And you have to remember the importance of the opportunity, really, and for athletes to test themselves in a different environment internationally, a different type of competition. And with these head-to-head battles, just the one opportunity, a mental test as much as anything. And taking coaching advice and instructions on board and learning the rules. So really enjoyed watching across the last couple of hours. Hope you have too, and that you can join us in 50 minutes time, as I say, where the overall winner will be decided. So we'll let the teams enjoy these celebrations before they head home. Not too far to go for the Vidigalens athletes compared to the others. And we'll let those scenes play out before the return in less than an hour to decide that winner. Hello and welcome to the final match of DNA Clash of the Clubs 4 in Leiria in Portugal. And this is where we decide the overall winner between the teams that you can see here, who are each in the top 3 in qualifying yesterday across their 2 matches. So Skoda and Rato winning their matches from Czechia and Republic of Ireland respectively. Skoda got the most points with 125. We also have Rieti and Sporting, who was second yesterday. Rieti finishing above Metz and Sporting above SK Elite of Estonia. So in this mixed relay, starting us off, Sporting going on the outside. And then Rieti, you can see their vest showing the banner for the European Under-18 Championships, which is coming up next year in that Italian city. Skoda from Pilsen in Czechia. Battled. From Ireland. And SK Elite of Estonia. And then on the inside from lane 2, Metz from France. So 2 black vests there on the inside. So Metz, Elite, Ratolt, Skoda, Rieti, and then in the green and white stripes on the outside will be Sporting in lane 7. So we've got 2.5 hour match. We start with a mixed relay and then individual track and field races all the way until around 7:30 local time when we finish with the hunt. Staggered starting relay event. You can see it was a good getaway there from Metz on this first leg of the 4x400 metres. So you can see all but one of the teams electing to start off with male athletes on this opening leg. The Sporting going well, but the stagger still in force on this first leg. You've got Rieti in second place, and then Skoda actually just going to hope the inside first, are they? Close between those two. So Rieti, it looks like, are going to have the inside first. From Skoda and very close behind. Ratto's in contention, and then Sporting in fourth place. So points as follows: 12 points for first place, and then 10, 8, 6, 4, 2 down to sixth place. And of course we've got the full complement here, as opposed to the four teams that were battling in the first of the final matches today. And if you're with us earlier, Blackheath and Bromley winning that one. Came down to the last few disciplines though. So it could be a little bit more jeopardy involved with the 6 teams involved. Possibility of finishing lower down the order and gaps being made up. But you can see here, Rieti looking very strong. They were second to Skoda overall yesterday, and of course competing across same events. There was a gap of 14 points in the end. The Italian side going well. Big battle behind, as you can see. It's Sporting from Rattot and Skoda as things stand. You can see top 4 all going for the same order in terms of gender. Rattot potentially trying to make the overtake down this home straight onto the final leg. So the gaps being closed then quite considerably then. Rieti, Sporting, Rattot, Skoda, the top 4. Really exciting finish to this mixed relay. And the overtake from Sporting with less than 200 metres to go now. But has the Rieti runner saved anything for this final home straight of this first discipline in Leiria? Both pushing out into lane 2 then, but Rieti goes the long way round. And that is an excellent way to finish the first event. Maximum points for the Italian club ahead of the Portuguese. Sporting from Lisbon, which isn't too far away from Leiria. So between Porto and Lisbon on the coast. This stadium previously a host to the European Throwing Cup, now part of Clash of the Clubs 4. So all of these athletes under 20s, and for some a first kind of international opportunity. We have seen athletes as young as 15 in quite a few cases, so yeah, new territory for many and a great experience to be out there. Possibly a first mixed relay for some of the athletes as well. But a good number of these have previously done DNA as well. So mixed relay has been completed, and we next have the women's shot put in just a few moments time. You can see the winning clocking for Rieti 3:33.75. Women's shot put, then women's sprint hurdles, men's sprint hurdles, that's coming up in around half an hour's time. Men's long jump, women's 800, men's 400 hurdles in just over an hour. Then women's high jump, women's 100. Men's javelin, the final field event to get underway. Men's 200, the final individual track race before the hunt decides the winner in just over 2 hours. So, this is a special dual format in the women's shot put, and we'll explain a little about it in just a moment's time. As you can see, the athletes out there being introduced in this first field event. So, essentially, we have a group stage initially, and you have a pair of athletes going head to head. Depending on how they do in the group stage, that will lead us into the final, where we'll have a match for first place. Obviously that's between first and second, a match for third, and a match for fifth, with 6 teams involved. So the first pair to go head to head with just 1 attempt each in this first round. Lafayette Sareva of Sporting, and then Anne-Nicola Polluas of SK Elite, the Estonian. Let's have a look at Sareva then. A lot of athletes in the earlier match using the linear technique, and it's the same here for the Portuguese athletes. We did see a throw over 12 metres, or a put, as many prefer to say, from Amelia Adessa of Blackheath and Bromley. That's the best of the day so far. Just waiting for that measurement to come up. 11.84 for the 18-year-olds. Let's see what Polluas can do. Personal best is 12.40, by the way, Sareva. Polluas just sends the implement a little off to the right-hand side. It's represented Estonia at the European Under-18 Championships last year in Banska Bystrica. She's just 17 years of age. They actually share a birthday, these two athletes, so that's coming up on the 11th of December. Polluas exactly a year younger. Bit of a multi-eventer. Personal best of 5.176 in terms of points in the under-18 girls heptathlon. 11.85 in the shot put. Okay, the second out of 3 pairs. Luma Bamada of Metz. So short of 10 metres there for Bamada. So that looks pretty close to the best effort we've seen so far, but all that matters is the duel against Bamada for Skoda's Adela Hanakova. Close to that 12-meter mark. So appears to have won this particular duel with 11.45. So the distance still counts for placings overall, but she tops this Group B for now. So 3 athletes in each group, and therefore they're all given numbers. So you have A1 against A2 initially, A2 versus A3, and then A3 versus A1. So they all get one round against each other. So we've already seen Poloas, this time going up against Jaakko Angeli of Rieti. 10.41 for Poloas. Now first appearance for Jaakko Angeli in the shot. Again using the linear technique, launches with good power, but short of 10 meters there. So you can see there is a difference in ability between some of her peers and her. We've said the same in the javelin in the earlier match. And indeed the long jump. There was one athlete doing almost a standing long jump. So Poloas winning this particular duel in round 2. So back to Hanakova. Well over 11 meters just a few moments ago. So quick turnaround between these attempts for the athletes. And that is right on 12 meters. Well, it looked to be, but yeah, similar to what she achieved a short while ago. So first appearance, this time for Silkina. Well, yes, these are all under 20 athletes, and quite often you do see early in career starting off with the glide, and many do retain it throughout their careers. Sometimes it does take a bit of time to transition between the two techniques as one learns, and sometimes it follows a change of coaches. Again, all about that transfer of energy, like unleashing a coiled spring. Let's have a look. 11.34 for Hanakova, putting her in a strong position, and 9.49 Silkina. So Hanakova winning that duel in the second round. Silkena against Bamada, the last of the combinations in Group B in a moment, but before that we have Jaakko Angeli against Saraiva. Jaakko Angeli, 8.78 to this point. I think everyone's got in a clean attempt so far. The Italians with this special Omar vest, advertising next year's championships, under 18 level. 7.87. So a target that should be comfortable for Saraiva. Well, she has some great pedigree to look up to at senior international level, like Oriol Dogmo. The shot has quite often been one of Portugal's stronger events, across both men's and women's sides. So again, you can just see the height that the shot gets there and drops down around 11 meters. So this does appear to be a clean attempt. She just about remains balanced, and Saraiva and Hanakova, perhaps the strongest two of the athletes that we've seen so far. 10.84. .49 for Silkena. She was just beaten there by Hanakova a few months ago. It should be closer between her and Luma Barnada, who are about to see for Metz. .11.35, that's much better. It's third overall going into the final. Unless Barmada can throw further. Best attempt of all looks to be Saraiva, that very first effort, 11.84 that we saw. So Saraiva at the moment looks to be in a very good position for Sporting. Final coming up in a few moments' time. Hanakova, who also had a good competition yesterday, and one of three athletes over 11 meters. So they will all have one more attempt remaining in that final. Before we settle that score, we have the women's 100 meters hurdles coming up next. What's curious here is that the initial entry list shows that Silkena and Jaakko Angeli will both be part of this hurdles final. So I wonder whether there'll be a late change there or whether they'll be darting over to that start line. Well, we'll soon find out. But of course, there's an early demonstration then of what the points translate into. Of course, just the one event, the 4x400 meters mixed relay, is included in that. shot put final still to be decided. So 12 points for first place. And then 10, 8, 6, 4, 2 down to 6th. Top left of screen you can see a mention of Jose Mourinho, who used to manage inside this stadium for the football team that's based here. You can see their club badge, União de Leiria. So Marlene Rittari, an Estonian international for SK Elite. And there is Enya Silkena, so she's just had those attempts in the shot. Go against Victoria Janska. Skoda. Sofia Jacoangeli of the 80. Leticia Rosario, Sporting. And then Ombelin Rio of Metz. So yes, two athletes who have just been in the shot. Of course, wouldn't expect that to cause them too much fatigue. Just have to reset and refocus your mind for this tight turnaround. They are obviously two events that are normally part of a heptathlon, so not too unusual to see that versatility. Marlene Rittari, one to watch out for, the 18-year-old who was 8th in the heptathlon at the European Under-20 Championships in Tampere in the summer, in August. It looks like summer weather in Leiria, you'd have to say. Jacoangeli looked like she was very keen to get a quick start there, but in fact it was a best getaway and drive through from Janska, from Rittari and Silkena. It's going to be that top three. We're having a look for the trackside clock. I think we need to just be patient for a confirmed time. There it is, 14:10 for Janska from Rittari. By more than 3/10 of a second. So I think we just have to wait a little while for Skoda to assert their authority in this match, and it's already started here. A little down on maybe where they would have wanted to be in that mixed relay. Silkena, who's just fresh from the shot, had an early lead in fact. Overtaken in the second half of the race by Janska. Would have had just that bit more time to be fresh and ready for that race. And you can see there, it's only 2 points, but Skoda do go into the lead ahead of Rieti and Ratelt in a joint second place at this stage. Still all to play for, very much so. Going into this women's shot final then, Luma Bamada of Metz. So this is the 5th place head-to-head. Just the one attempt each for her and Sofia Jacoangeli, who's obviously just finished that hurdles race. So not easy for her to first of all do that race after the shot, but you would expect maybe a little bit tired coming into this. Even then, it is just one attempt, so if it was a full round, 6 attempts might have been a little bit more tricky. 8:43 is her target for her team to finish in 5th place and thereby get 4 points as opposed to 2. It's going to be reasonably close. I have a feeling that she might have just taken 5th place for her team. So she does take 5th place, 8:74. Moves us on to Apolloas and Silkena. So Silkena actually had a significant improvement in the 2nd round, I think it was, or her last attempt, which was 11:35. Apolloas certainly capable of around 11 meters as well. So again, this one's all to play for 3rd place. And what would be 8 points as opposed to 6. Well, set a decent target, but it'll be a nervous wait. But every position counting here. So Skoda with the overall lead. And we know that they'll get at least 10 points in this discipline. 10:47 the target for Silkena. So the Irish woman in the circle here. You can see uses quite a small amount of space with that glide, but looks very, very strong around that 12-meter mark. Wow. Really powerful. Final stages there of the put. So another one of our multi-eventers here. She is another who's just 17 years of age, turns 18 in a matter of weeks. Personal best in a number of events this year, including 60 metres, 200 metres, and shot put 11:78 coming into this. And Hanakova, well, pretty close. She looks disappointed there, Hanakova. .10.86. So that's the target for Saraiva. Still Kenner given 11.09. So her team takes third spot overall. I know it's further than Hanakova, but Hanakova gets the credit for rounds in the group stage in which she was over 11 meters twice, so that credit bringing her through to the first place match, I think is fair. And then the head-to-head decide those positions here. So the unique format at DNA stood over, shaking her head there. 10.86 for Hanakova. Oh, it's the closest of all. Look at this. Just 7 centimeters in it. So that concludes women's shot, and Skoda from Sporting the top two. So men's sprint hurdles final coming up next. So Skoda now have a 6-point lead over Rato in second place. And let's have a look at this men's sprint hurdles final now. So Sami Lawida Baba of Metz one to watch out here. This is Ethan Dewhurst. So they're in second place overall at this stage, behind this club, Skoda, represented by Tadej Zima. Francesco Curto of Rieti from lane 4. In lane 5 is Celio Quaresma, presenting Sporting Lisbon, and Sami Lawida Baba for the French club Metz, and then we have Tristan Konso for SK Elite of Estonia. Skoda already with one sprint hurdles victory a moment ago, and with that 6-point lead in the standings that we mentioned. Still early stages. After this, we will have men's long jump, women's 800, men's 400 hurdles, women's high jump, and women's 100 meters, all to come within the next hour in Leiria. You're watching live coverage of DNA Clash of the Clubs 4. So Dewhurst, Zima, Curto, Quaresma, Baba and Konso from the inside to out in this men's sprint hurdles final. Very even at the start. Dewhurst got away well, but now Lawida Baba in the black vest. Oh, he falls. Konso takes over then. Nice advantage for him out front for SK Elite, even though Zima is closing for Skoda. So SK Elite from Skoda, first and second here, 14:14 on the clock. The victory comes by a tenth of a second, a similar margin back to Dewhurst in third. So the top club beaten here, but similar to what we saw yesterday in qualification, when they're not beaten, they still are strong performers. And they're on the the top 2 positions on this occasion. They actually won 7 events outright yesterday, including the hunt. And Ratop were at least second in 8 out of 12 disciplines yesterday. I was ashamed to see that fall from Lauida Barber. Don't think he was able to get up and finish the race there. Hope he's not too much in pain. Oh, well, it is showing as though he was given a time. So, yes, obviously not a representative time, but he probably would have been aware that just finishing the race would get his team an extra 2 points. A little bit like what we see at the European Athletics Team Championships. A DNF or a DQ is 0, and a finish, albeit well down the field, can still get you points. So I hope he's all right there. Sami Lauida Baba, because he was going very well in the early stages of that race. Well, we've had 3 different disciplines and 3 different winners so far. Rieti, Skoda, and most recently Tristan Conso of SK Elite. Going to move on now to the men's long jump. And the second field event to get going here, of course. Just saw Miklo of Metz being introduced, and then this is David Biermann of Skoda. Support there. Javelin. This is the sporting athlete we're watching here. So across the 2 groups, of course, these athletes are. Across Lada for sporting, and then for Rieti, it's Leonardo Bonecci. Also saw Hans Oskar Kut of SK Elite there. So men's long jump with a similar format to the women's shot, of course. We have the group stage initially, and that involves head-to-head matches between pairs of athletes. So you see one pair in the first group and then a completely different pair in the second group. And whoever jumps further on that one singular occasion, therefore wins that particular head-to-head clash. Then helps them towards going to the final. Everyone makes it, but there's a first place match, a second place head-to-head duel, and then also for 5th place as well. So Miklo of Metz here with the black vest. Capable of close to 7 meters. Given as a foul there, so makes it a little bit easier for David Biermann in this first round and in Group A between this pair. Driving hard down this runway now, hoping to hit the board spot on, launch up into the air, close to 6 meters. So now onto a completely different pair in Group B as opposed to Group A just now. David Beeman turns 18 this year. He has a personal best of 7 meters and 2 centimeters set last October, late in the year in Prague. Also is a decent 400 hurdler as well. So another versatile athlete who has done decathlon at youth level. .594 for Miklo. So wins him this duel, but still an easy target in terms of the overall standings. So Beeman apologies. Then Miklo got that no mark just before. Marcos Lada of Sporting against Hans-Oskar Kut of SK Elite. So Marcos Lada driving hard, working those arms. But that could well have been a foul. It does get the white flag, in fact, so always difficult to tell from the initial angle. And Portugal, of course, having a great tradition in the horizontal jumps, particularly. Pedro Bichala looking brilliant in the triple jump at the World Championships. Nelson Ivorda before him, one of the greats. So he's just getting some coaching feedback now. 7 meters and 5, so the best that we've seen so far by some margin. What can Kut do? A little off balance there in the landing. It's not on 7 meters, but still will help him in the overall contest. So next we'll of course go back to Group A for another duel. Half a metre in it in that previous duel. We of course return to Group A. This is the second round. Beeman victorious a moment ago. Here he is again, 594 previously, and that's much better. So the athlete from Czechia, David Beeman. Season's best, 1 centimetre off his PB in fact. That was in Metsky in Ostrava in June, 6:33. So Deantala, unfortunately unable to execute there, so that's the advantage in the court of David Beeman. So just be shown the replay, have a look to see how he can execute better in a moment's time. So a bit of pressure on these athletes just to get a clean jump in. Well, very shortly we will have seen every athlete once in this long jump. Hans Oskar Kut, 6:55 just before. And then Leonardo Bonetti of Rieti, the man we haven't seen. It's another good drive down this runway. And solid in the air there. Trying to extend out that plane of the jump. So good acceleration, strong on takeoff. Just came down a little flat towards the end. Let's see how this compares to his previous attempts, 6:12. So quite simply, that is the target for this young man, Leonardo Bonetti of Rieti. So that's shy of 6 meters there. There was a bit of space on the board left for him. So we know that Kut has won this particular duel, having been behind Lara a moment ago. Oh gosh, loads of space left there. He'll be disappointed with that. 5:43 gives him something to work on. Daniel Dantelin, 5:11 for him, so that's the target for Ugo Miklo of Metz. No mark for him initially. So let's get something on the board here. Interesting technique he has, reminiscent a little bit of Mattia Falani, that kind of explosive energy. It does look like it's still fairly windy as it was earlier, and you expect conditions to cool a little bit and do something to breathe somewhat. Into this Portuguese evening in Leiria. Estadio Dr. Magalhães Pessoa, as we're saying, has played host to the European Throwing Cup in the past. Obviously that event in more recent times in Nicosia, the Cypriot capital. So we said that 5:11 was the target, as you might have guessed. Beaten there by Miklo, 6:90. Bettered only by Lara so far. To Bonecchi, 5:43 previously, so just wondering whether Lara is going to end up being favourite come the final. Has to guarantee himself a place in that first place match, of course. So you get the credit for your earlier jumps by making it through to those seeded head-to-heads in the final. So the early work through the group stage does pay dividends. Is 10 centimetres off what he was earlier. This ought to be straightforward though for Marcos Lado. Clean jump is the first thing he wants, but as an athlete he's probably going after distance, and he's close to 7 metres again. Really good height there, and then he uses that rotation with the legs, trying to prevent gravity from pulling him down. 6.88. He looks to have secured a spot in that first place match. So Skoda's lead goes up from 6 to 8 points, and still Ratto and Elite, you can see there on 32, Inseparable Sporting in 4th, and they may well move up as a result of the long jump. The final, don't forget, to come shortly. Well, in this 800 metres, we're going to see Alika Inkari Moza, Estonian multi-event athlete who hit the headlines with a world under-18 best in the pole vault earlier this year. Her in a moment. First, Lily Flood of Ratto's. This is Moza then, 17 years of age. This is Jade Pearson of Metz. To the sporting athlete Teresa Delfino in the green and white stripes. Christina Morelli. So yeah, anything around that 2:05, 2:08 range, solid time for some of these teenage athletes. Veronika Brishova of Skoda, who, as we know, are leading the way by 8 points, and the potential difference, obviously 12 points for first and 2 points for sixth, so Skoda ought to keep hold of their lead. But it's possible we could have a change of leader. Things though, they tend to be very consistent. Club from Czechia. So Flood on the outside for the Irish club. So Flood on the inside. That's white and maybe, well, it's close to purple colours there. And then the Skoda athlete Veronika Brishova. Christina Morelli in third place. So that's the top three as we hit the bell. So no idea on the split times at the moment. Just flashing across the screen there. Might have been around 70 seconds. That seems like it might be a bit slow for the actual split time. So Brishova leading the way. Christina Morelli in second place. Now overtaking and bringing Lily Flood along with her into the final 150. So Christina Morelli leading the way from Lily Flood. Very strong victory, and the second for Rieti following that 4x4. So a great victory for Christina Morelli of Rieti in the women's 800 metres. And Rieti, of course, they're outside the top three, so have closed, but there's a 13-point gap to the leader. They've joined her elite in third place. Right, timetable check. And it's coming up to 6:15 local time. Men's long jump final next, then men's 400 hurdles in around 10 minutes time. We've got the men's high jump in 15 minutes and women's 100 metres for the high jump final. A men's javelin last field event to get underway at just after 7 o'clock local time. 200 and then the hunt. So let's have a look at this long jump final. It's effectively a qualification process in the group stage for this final. So obviously we've seen these athletes in their matches. We know that Marcos Lara was the only man to go over 7 metres, and that's why he finds himself in the first place head-to-head duel that's coming up in a moment. But before that, we need to decide 5th place, and that will be between Daniel de Antolin and Leonardo Bonecchi. So keep your eyes peeled on the Irishman, Daniel de Antolin, for the Irish Club Ratold, and then it'll be Bonecchi of the Italian side, and of course have just won over 2 laps. So de Antolin, no mark initially, and then he was able to get a solid jump in after that bit of coaching feedback there. So this is his chance. So the cone just there on the one way, and he'll wait for that to be cleared so he can go. So now pushing along this runway, the Irishman, Gets the white flag here. He's also a triple jumper. That's probably his main event, in fact. 13:29, a personal best set in June this year in the triple jump. That was in Carlo. .496 the target set. Bonecki has been over 5 meters twice already in this competition, so again you would have thought this could be a relatively straightforward target, but needs to get the clean jump in. Let's see. Interesting that the run-ups, at least 5 of them, all packed together, so very similar spots, and I think there's one marker that's much further back. Just a little off to the right-hand side there, but a strong attempt. And again, he gets the white flag, Bonecki. So this is to decide 5th place overall. Bonecki, who turns 18 this year. A number of our decathletes, 5,980 in terms of points. That was set in April in an under-20 decathlon in Rieti, in fact. So Hans-Oskar Kurt against Ugo Miklo will decide 3rd place. Kurt had a best of 6:55, but actually that lost against best of all Marcos Lara. 6:90 was the best for Ugo Miklo, putting him as marginal favourite here. And flies out beyond 6 meters there, the Estonian. So he's 18 years of age, the Estonian. 2-meter high jumper, 6:58 long jumper at best, so he's only 3 centimeters off his PB earlier. Miklo for the French club is actually a Belgian athlete. 14:79 at best in the triple jump and 6:98 in the long jump, so he was only 8 centimeters off his PB a few moments ago. So 6:70 for Miklo, and it means that Metz will finish in 3rd place. B-Man against Marcos Lara. So he is the athlete with the longer run up there, eating up the track and flying over 7. Close to 7, I meant to say. So Skoda from Pilsen, best known cities in the Czech Republic, Czechia, as the directive now is to call, but you will find people using both names. Well, I think I heard the stadium announcer say it was 6:80 something there, so we'll wait and see that on screen. Oh no, must have misheard, 6:56. But yes, Marcos Lara has gone over that twice already in the group stage, so stands as the favourite here to get what would be 12 points for his club. So really strong technique, you can see there with the hitch kick and that great rotation. Keep him above ground, and looks to have won here in the men's long jump. So Skoda topping the standings, but Rieti with 2 victories so far, and 4 different clubs have now won different events. 687, the shortest jump of them all for Marcos Lana, but crucially better than his opponent Beeman. So men's 400 hurdles should be coming up next in a couple of minutes. So not the strongest event for Rieti following their 2 victories earlier. That's Sporting the ones to gain, particularly on Ratto, 10 more points than the Irish club. And I have a feeling that will make a difference in the overall standings. And we'll continue to update you on those at regular intervals here. Cue. So Sporting have moved up to 2nd place. No one's tied anymore. Ratto in 3rd. And Metz just been cut adrift a little bit. They have to try and stay in touch. They were unfortunate though with that men's sprint hurdles fall. Left them with just 2 points from that event. We're going to see a second appearance for Ethan Dewhurst. Did wonder in the earlier match whether we'd see any doublers across the 2 hurdles events, and it has happened for the Irish club. On the outside, this is Witek Podebradski of Skoda. So they'll go from lane 7. Compared to the earlier match, it is quite a big spread of lanes, and not everyone is in an optimal position, I guess. Ethan Dewhurst for Ratto, and then Johan Martin Torin of SK Elite. For Metz, black vest, red shorts for Lucas Cordonnier. Felipe Marquez, puff of the cheeks for him in the green and white stripes of Sporting. And it's Diego Mancini for Rieti. So he has the tightest of all the lanes on the inside. Rieti, who were 2nd yesterday behind Skoda, but still picked up well over 100 points. In many ways, you're quite impressed if a team can improve on what they did yesterday, and certainly is something to measure against. And also reversal of positions, because Ratto were ahead of Sporting and SK Elite, and Skoda were ahead of Rieti and Metz. In all likelihood, they probably will finish ahead of Rieti and Metz, but anything can happen. So good in support inside the stadium, but now goes silent. Athletes in blocks. So Mancini, Marquez, Cordonnier, Torim, Dewhurst and Podebradski. Looks like Dewhurst going very strongly here. 2nd from the outside. Torim trying to keep him on his toes. Podebradski of Skoda also having a strong opening to the race. Got to look out for lane infringements there. Dewhurst's feet very, very close to the inside of his lane. And actually it's a 3-way battle as they come into the home straight then. Mancini has done very well from lane 2. Dewhurst just holding on to second. One more barrier to go. Mancini from Dewhurst from Cordonnier. Well, let's wait and see once the times come up. But a third victory then for Rieti, who were 4th in the standings a moment ago. So I have a feeling that they have some strengths and maybe some events where they're not getting near top points. Well, it could change in just a moment. Victory by half a second there. A much smaller margin than the earlier match where it's closer to 3 seconds between the top 2 athletes. Biggest margin there was between the top 3 and the rest. Tottenham a couple of seconds back. So Rieti have moved into 3rd, and actually Sporting have dropped 2 places down there. Metz in the top 3 is good for them. And we're going to see Silkena, the multi-eventer, in her 3rd event. In the course of just over an hour. And Hanakova was obviously in the shot, so this is her 2nd event. High jump slightly different then, still this dual format, but the athletes will choose what height they attempt. So will they take risks or go conservative? Well, it's a bit of a split strategy. But it still means that if Hanakova has gone too high and Silkena clears and the Czech athlete does not, then Silkena would win this duel. So Silkena at 140. So you would predict this being straightforward. Indeed it is. Okay, so it's over to Adela Hanakova of Skoda at 163. So this is a very unique format with this duel, but also the athletes choosing their own heights. To be progressive either, compared to the next time that we'll see them in action in just a moment. That's one of the interesting things, I think, as well. So long run up for Hanakova, but of course nothing on the track, only one event at a time, at a DNA. There is a man with a shopping trolley. It's not a track and field discipline just yet. So this curved run up then for Hanakova, and the risk does pay off here. Clearing at 163. So Hanakova wins the duel, but Silkena still helps herself in terms of her position ahead of the final. Hanakova's personal best 179, so still left herself a bit of a buffer zone there. That was set last July in Stara Boleslav in Czechia. Sporting against SK Elite. This is the other group, a new duel. Ritari against Miranda. Okay, so 162 and 158. And Ritari we also saw in the sprint hurdles. Top 3 finish there for her. It was actually second place, if I remember correctly. So let's see what's possible here. Mariana Miranda. Still very close with Sporting having been in second and then moving back down to fourth in a matter of moments. Personal best of 168 set last month. She's 10 centimetres off that. And she does go clear. But Ritari would win this duel if she can get over 162. Ritari, another one of our Estonian internationals. Personal best of 177 set in Tallinn indoors in January. As I was saying, competed in the heptathlon in Tampere. 18 years of age. Estonia very good at giving experiences to some of the younger athletes. And she goes clear. Lovely technique at 162. Working out well so far. And I think it's possibly once watching some of the earlier athletes, or if the athletes weren't, then maybe some of the coaches were, just getting an idea to see what sort of strategies in this unique format do work well. And also depends how confident the athlete's feeling as to whether they want to play it safe or take a bit of a risk. And no predetermined heights, which of course would be another way of doing it. But then athletes have different abilities, of course, but in normal competition you would have a predetermined height. So we're going to see Silkena again here. It's in the second round now. 6 athletes and duels between the two, so we can't see everyone in each duel. Emanuela Osai she's going against. So 160 and 155. Six duels in total. Group stage before the final, where we have 3 duels, once again deciding first place, deciding third place, and deciding fifth place. So a bit like a playoff. So Osai decided on the lower height at 155. She'll go first. And goes clear. Only athlete we haven't seen just yet is Ombelin Rio of Metz. So Osai has put herself in 4th place in terms of qualification for the final. In terms of this duel though, Silkena looking to go clear at 160. 20 centimetres higher than what she attempted a moment ago, so she's also taking a bit more risk. So she does clear at 160, and yes, Silkena. Lots of support for the Irish woman. Let's have a look. Nice acceleration, really good timing of the jump. not as tall as some of the other high jumpers as well, so uses her strength to get off the ground. 17-year-old. And it's only one bar below her personal best of 163 set last year at the European Under-18 Championships in Bistrica. So Ritari and Rio. Ritari's already gone over 162, putting her second best of all, and she's actually gone lower here. That's interesting. Well, at the moment, because everyone's clear, it's pretty straightforward. Hanakova and Ritari are on target to go into the first place match. Difficult to know how much the athletes are aware of that at this stage, but obviously, yes, if you play it safe, you're more likely to clear, and you may win the duel, but you may not know the card that the athlete is playing alongside you. If you go too low, then you won't make it to the first place match ultimately. So lots of different elements at play here. Rio obviously chose for a lower height at 150 and goes clear. That's why she attempts first. But if she wants to be in anything better than the fifth place match in the final, then she'll have to choose a height of, at the moment, looking like 158. Ritari at 160, the same height as Silkener has cleared. So if things stayed the way they are, then I think she and Silkener would be on for the third place match for at least 8 points. And she does go clear very nicely, but we kind of expected that because she'd already cleared a higher bar a few months ago. So Hanakova, Miranda, Ose and Ritari. Let's see what the last matches have to give us. I think it's getting a little bit cooler because now presenting wearing the jackets. So yes, this one Hanakova against Ose. Hanakova best of all so far, 163. Perhaps she can afford to play a little bit safe here. Let's wait and see though. $163, so same again. It's a good strategy. That's what they both opted to do here. Ose with the lower height and does get over very nicely. So 2 clearances for her. Now Hanakova, again 163. Oh my goodness me, she is very lucky there. So nearly missed out on the first place match, even though she had the highest clearance. Crucial to win the duel. Heart in the mouth action. Some good fortune there. So Miranda and Rio getting ready for this. So 158 and 150 they've cleared so far respectively. And 158, so Rio will go first. So it looks as though Rio's going to be in the 5th place match regardless of whether she clears this. In order to improve her position, she needs to opt for 158 or better, but still would have been an improvement on what she'd already cleared. Miranda now. Nakaba, Ritari and Silken are the top 3 so far. They've all got 2 clearances and those are at higher heights. So she looks like she's going to go through to the 3rd place match. Let's see if she can clear here. She can indeed, so that is confirmed. 2 clearances at 158. Best of all that we've seen 2 clearances at 163 for Hanakova. A little bit more jeopardy come those the finals, because those extra couple of points are available if you take that risk and then end up clearing a higher bar. And you've just got the one singular attempt. So high jump final coming up fairly shortly. As ever, interspersed between some track action. And it's the women's 100 metres. Skoda still leading the way at the moment and looking like they have a strong chance of maximum points in the women's high jump through Hanakova. First of all, introduced on the inside is Juana Pestana of Sporting. Then on to Bamada of Metz, who was in the shot put. The first field event that we saw in this match. We have Ellen Ingrid Adamsu of SK Elite. And Katie Doherty representing Ratolt. They've got really good support inside the stadium. Tadeta Shahorova of Skoda Pilsen. Ramping up the decibels there for her as well. And Virginia Capasso of Rieti. So, nice and simple here. 6 athletes, 6 clubs, 100 metres on the track, 12 points for first place, down to 6th place and 2 points awarded. As we say, Skoda leading the way. very close behind though. Still plenty of events to go, including the conclusion of that women's high jump. So it's quite a fast-paced event, DNA. Some of one of the criticisms of athletics meetings, and the gaps are too long between events. But here we're ticking through at a good pace. Istana Bamada, Adamsu, Doherty, Zahorova and Capasso. So Doherty strong through the centre. Zahorova following her through and overtaking for maximum points for Skoda. Very close across the line. Zahorova, the Skoda, had a bit of work to do there, but she does take 12 points. 12.19 on the clock, 12.21 for Doherty, who dipped on the line but have been beaten. Pestana beaten there by Capasso. So Rieti and Sporting, you feel, are close for second place with Ratot overall. Let's have another look. Adun Su left behind in the blocks a little bit there, and here's where the overtake happens. One of the closest races that we've seen across the day, you'd have to say. So, looking forward to this high jump final clash now. Men's javelin still to come, of course. So Skoda looking for back-to-back victories in just a moment, but they already lead by 8 points. So it's a chance that they could wrap up victory, in fact, before the hunt. If they had 12 points, I guess. Ratol into second place now, so there's where we're continually seeing changes. Rieti in third, Sporting, and then SK Elite, and then Metz. The gap had been 20 earlier, it's now 16 above Metz, so they are also doing some closing. So you can see there the athletes that will be part of the respective matches. And we know that Rio has cleared 152 and Osai 155. So I wonder whether Rio might be tempted to take a little bit more of a risk here, but she may not feel it's necessary. Let's see. Osai goes for 155 again, so if she cleared, then her team would get 4 points compared to the 6th place. So Ombelin Rio 1 centimetre higher than she managed earlier. Now, there should be time on the clock there. She didn't breach the high jump mat. So just have to calm myself down now and reset and refocus. It's a difficult thing to do. There is a clock running. So take the right amount of time though, of course, to get herself ready to jump again, and just about is and does it. Now that's really super impressive. So guarantees herself the 2 points. Could potentially turn into 4 if Osse does not clear at the higher height of 155. So yes, although she hasn't taken much risk, Rio, she at least opts for a bar that she knows she can clear. And to get the extra points, she has to hope that Osse is unable to. But, she's already done this twice and make that 3 times. 4 points for Rieti. So now Miranda against Silkena. Now Miranda opted for 158 on 2 occasions, and Silkena, rather different approach, went for 140 initially as a bit of a sighter, and then went for 160. Silkena, as we were saying, in her 3rd event of this match. So 160 again, but Miranda does go higher. So Miranda looking to improve on her position overall coming into this match. This time it's 8 points rather than 6 that are available for 3rd compared to 4th. But Silkena, having already cleared 160, comes up against an athlete 162, and we've seen so many clearances. If this pattern continues, it would mean that Miranda would get that 3rd position overall. So Silkena does go clear as you expected. Only issue is that Miranda has opted for 162. But again, she's gone for a bar that she knows she can clear, and Miranda has taken that little bit more risk. 4 centimetres higher than what she did on 2 occasions a few moments ago. Sporting athlete with a longer run up here, just bracing herself. Miranda of Sporting then at 162. Now she does bring the bar down, so Silkena will take 3rd place. So brave of the athlete for the Portuguese club to take the risk. Unfortunately, doesn't pay off, but have to applaud her attempt. Now the 1st place match. Anakova against Ritari, 2 heptathletes. Well, Anakova twice at 163 we've seen. Ritari 162 and 160. Oh, now that is interesting. So, if they continue their perfect record, Ritari is actually going to improve on her position and take top points in the high jump. And to be honest, SK Elite could do with those extra points, and she's still guaranteed at least 10. Skoda are leading already. So I think that's a sensible decision from Ritari. But of course, she didn't know what Hanakova was opting to choose, unless you may have seen, or maybe they did discuss it. I don't think so. Hanakova then, all she can do is clear, but she doesn't. Now this is interesting. So Hanakova still gets 10 points because this is the first place duel. Now it's over to Ritari. Yes, obviously Hanakova did still go one bar higher, 3 centimetres up from 163 that she'd already done twice. Ritari at 167. So there's some pressure on here. But still good points guaranteed for SK Elite. So let's see if Ritari can win this one outright. Just figuring out her run up now with this curved acceleration. Oh, she's done a fantastic job. Marlen Ritari, the Estonian heptathlete, wins the high jump, gets 12 points for her team that needed them. Beautiful technique, just the right amount of travel of direction across that bar. Still nice curve of the jump, keeping her legs and feet well clear. So over at 167. Men's javelin, last field event to get underway, and then we have men's 200 meters, and then we conclude with the hunt. So Leonardo Di Mugno and then Sean O'Sullivan introduced. This is Nilsson Brito, Gustav Lam of SK Elite in the second group, Noah Delarue for Metz, and then Skoda's Joseph Sindelar. So he has a personal best of over 72 meters, comfortably ahead of the rest. Di Mugno 62.34, only one that comes close really. Yes, we saw the Alcacorn athletes earlier, Gonzalez doing almost a standing javelin throw, and what I described as a rudimentary technique, but he was just making sure that he got the points for his team. Some element of that here. We have a couple of athletes around that sort of 35-45 mark, but still you might describe that as relatively capable. Leonardo Di Mugno. What matters is getting the clean throw in, of course. If the better javelin throwers end up fouling, then the points go elsewhere. So Di Mugno will have hopes of getting through to the first place match in the final, and he looks to be around the 50-meter mark there. So good start to his competition, and he may well know that he's going against someone with a personal best of 36 meters, so can afford to somewhat play safe. 55.02 for Di Mugno. O'Sullivan, that's his target. 55.02. You can see, just trying to get the points for his team. Javelin goes up high, going to drop down quickly though. I think that first line is 40. Focused on trying to get the angle of release right, launching the implement rather than being able to transfer the energy from a fast attacked runway. Still doing what he can for his team. You have to applaud that effort in every sense. 33.79. So there you go. He's closer to his personal best than Di Mugno is to his. Nice design of their training t-shirts, warm-up vests. So on to this second group, Gustav Lamp of SK Elite. Just managed to get top spot in the high jump, of course. He has a personal best of 43.49. Expect Estonia to have some decent javelin throwing talents. Let's have a look for this measurement for Lamp. 43.07. I suspect Lamp would quite like to be a shining light of this Estonian javelin throwing. So second in this duel now is Noah Delarue. So 39.13, the personal best here, are much closer. Delarue stopping to block before the line. 39.38. Well, they're both close to PBs, and Delarue is just over his, so PB by 25 centimetres. Shortly we'll get first sight of the favourite here, Josef Sinclair. You definitely expect the Czechs to have good young javelin talent. Sean O'Sullivan. Rattle. Waiting to go shortly. Expecting him to be next. And we'll also see Nilsson Brito. Well, looks like they're actually going with the Group B duel first, maybe? I wondered whether Noah Delarue was about to throw there, but does appear to be O'Sullivan. So it's still a really close battle for second place. We'll update you on the team standings in just a moment. See what O'Sullivan can do. 33.79 in the first round. And this time he's going up against a similarly good athlete in Brito, personal best of 53.41. I can tell you at the moment that Skoda are leading by 12 points. So they may well have secured victory before the final event, the Hunt. Let's see if it remains as is, then the team in second place, currently Rathold, would have to finish first and hope that Skoda was DNF or DQ to tie with first place. Rieti are in third place. They're 20 points off the lead and 8 off Ratelt. And then SK Elite are in fourth, 2 points off Rieti, 22 off the lead. Sporting then on 60 points, 2 behind Elite. And Mets a further 24 behind. So it looks like Mets position confirmed, but still fighting for every point for the team and athletes for individual PBs. First sight of Brito. So Delarue. We saw him throw 39.38, beaten by Gustav Lamp a moment ago. Of course, you can keep across the results on the DNA website. And the links takes you through to Portuguese Federation Competitions website as well, via that link to live results. So Di Munho already has a victory to his name in the previous duel. 5:02 to beat O'Sullivan. But, as thought, yes, Sinclair will be next to go. Yes, of Sinclair. 37.21 for Delarue. So fairly consistent there following that PB. Sinclair capable of over 70 metres. So top young talent here. And you can see there the power on the release. Let's have a look here. And that goes over 60 this time. So he looks to have won the duel. All he needed was a white flag, really. Also should put him through to the first place match. Di Munho likely to be there as well. Behind them. We don't have a measurement actually for Brito just yet. Waiting for that result to come through now. 60.22, their best of the lot so far. By more than 5 metres. Men's 200 metres, the final individual track race coming up in a few moments' time. For now though, sticking with this javelin. Brito one more time in this group stage, so hopefully you've got an idea of the format by now if you haven't watched DNA Clash of the Clubs before. So Junilson, Brito of Sporting against Di Munho, so this could be fairly close. They've both gone over 50 metres in the past. Is he holding his elbow there, I just wondered? Whether he picked up a bit of an injury. It's difficult to tell, maybe he was just picking up the sleeve. 50-52. So a decent target set there for Di Munio. He was over 55 metres just before. At the moment it looks like Di Munio is going to go through to the first place match. Let's see. So driving down this runway, pushing back, and then all the way through the implement. And that's the 60 line. So again, it's over 50 meters, appears to be. Yeah, Di Munio. And only Sinclair having thrown further. Capable of over 70. So yes, the order, as it looked on paper, playing out quite similarly here. 52.95 for Di Munio to win this duel. Now we're going to see Sinclair against Lamp. Lamp looks like he'll be in the third place match. Would need 55 metres to try and get in the first place one and go against Sinclair again, who looks strong favourite for 12 points to extend Skoda's lead. Yes, Skoda certainly looking like overwhelming favourites. I mean, you could argue that they were coming into this because they had 125 points yesterday, more than anyone. That's across both matches. So, 27 centimetres further than a short while ago. Gustav Lamp, 43.07 for him. Oh, and is that the 40-metre line, I suspect? It's just out of shot there. Number. Again, getting that angle release pretty much spot on. Pushing all the way through the implement. Gustav Lamp for the Estonian club, 40.37. It's a numerical anagram of his 43.07 earlier. Right, on to the 200-metre final, and you might have noticed there, quite interestingly, Sami Lawida Baba, who fell in the 100 hurdles and got back up bravely, finishing a time of around 47 seconds, does return here, so means he's all right, I think, unless there's been a very late change because of that. So we've got Ferreira Sporting, we've got Patali of Rieti, goes from lane 6 here, and then Vesely. So yes, looking like Skoda barring some sort of DNF DQ situation, on course for victory. This is Jesse Osas. Ratold there, and SK Elite's Hans Kut. Sami Lawidababa of Metz. They certainly need the points because it's looking tough for them to make it up from 6th place, but of course it would be 6th overall out of 10 clubs that started the day. And the others in the earlier match. So men's javelin and 200 meters to be decided before the hunt, the finale of Clash of the Clubs 4. Lawidababa, Kut, Osas, Vesely, Pratali, Ferreira. So that's the lineup. Let's see how they go now. Very, very strong getaway. You can see there from Pratali. Osas in 2nd place, but now just being overtaken by Vesely. It's very close behind the leader, Pratali. The running victories have been strong in favour of the Italian club. Started off with the mixed 4x4, of course, and was continued with the women's 800 metres. So I wonder whether that leaves them favourites coming into the hunt. And therefore, 2nd place as they were earlier is a strong possibility for Rieti if you look at their pedigree across the last couple of hours. I'm pleased for Lawidababa. He was just out of his lane there, but it was on the outside and didn't impede anyone. Pleased to see him get what looks like a top 3 finish there. So decent time for Pratali as well, 22:38. See the Portuguese flag fluttering about in the wind here in Leiria. Well, I hope you've enjoyed the coverage across this weekend. DNA Clash of the Clubs 4 and this format that was introduced 6 years ago, initially incorporated into the European Games in Minsk. And in recent times for under-20 athletes and club competitors as well. And certainly we've seen clubs return and come back, and that's always a good sign that they've enjoyed the action and being a part of it. Skoda now leading then, you can see, by 16 points, I make that, but very close. Rieti just 2 points behind 2nd. So that's maybe where we're possibly going to see a change. Certainly Di Mugno is in the 1st place match, if I'm not mistaken, in the Javelin. So yes, that looks likely to change. And it could stay that way, given what we'd said about the running of some of the Rieti athletes, but that's not discounting Rattel just yet. Just that we know that O'Sullivan is in the 5th place head-to-head compared to Di Mugno in the 1st place, so it looks like Di Mugno will get at least 10 points. Sullivan could get 4. So the next few moments are quite important for deciding the overall match order. You're watching live coverage of DNA Clash of the Clubs 4. We're just waiting then for this 5th place Javelin match as we decide the order in this final, and it is of course the last event before the hunt, the big finale. A relay of sorts across sprint and middle distance. So the athletes are out there ready. We know that Sinclair of Skoda and Demunio of Rieti will be in the first place match. Go for maximum points there. So yeah, it looks like Skoda are going to have an unassailable advantage and therefore are confirmed as the overall winners, as I was saying. Sinclair can get a minimum of 10 points. And the team in second can get a maximum of 4. So even if there was a disqualification in the hunt, it looks as though Skoda, I mean, you can't see an overall disqualification from the Javelin. So yes, it does appear as though they are winners. And so yes, you have to praise them, even though each team has had their moments of joy. Certainly I was commenting on the fact that within the early stages 4 teams had tasted victory. He started off with that 4x400 metres mixed relay win. Skoda in the women's hurdles. And then Sporting in the women's shot, SK Elite. One of 2 victories for them. Men's 110 hurdles before the high jump. That was a really strong performance. One of the performances of the day. Ritari taking that risk. O'Sullivan then trying to get closer to 40 metres. Javelin sticks in the ground there. He had 33.79 he opened up with. Well, this obviously, one of the things we like to see is a close battle, and these seeded finals for positions do put together the athletes that were closest a short while ago. That's another positive to take. 36.88 for O'Sullivan. That's a decent target for Noah Delarue. 39.38. That was his best earlier. He's already been over this distance twice. You can see another there, just shaping to throw early. He's going to concentrate on technique on release. We often see that with multi-eventers especially. And that is over 40 metres. I think he did manage to block and come to a stop before the line. So that means that Mets will gain points here. 4 points for them. On to the 3rd place match next between Brito Sporting, as we see the measurement coming up as 41.70. So yes, Brito Sporting will go up against Gustav Lamp of SK Elite. And the Javelin there also around 40 metres. Elite having a special history because, yeah, full name Erkinul Kergejustikul. It was established by the Olympic decathlon champion Erkinul in 1996, in fact, so very much while he was still competing. You can see Lamp 40.22. You see one of Estonia's greatest ever athletes, won gold in Sydney, the Olympic Games 25 years ago. Currently serves around 400 athletes. Based in Tallinn. I believe there's particular development of pole vaulters at the club as well, so a bit of a specialism there. Sporting, obviously a massive club across multiple sports, as is quite often the model across European clubs. Right across athletics, basketball, cycling, handball and other events. The football team obviously successful in the last couple of years at the top level in Portugal. And Brito, you can see here, very, very strong in this javelin final. So we think of quite a few teams like Barcelona as well. You see across athletics and football. 52-59, so comprehensive victory in taking that third place for Junilson Brito. Dimunio of Rieti is on the runway. So Rieti needed at least 4 points to draw level in second place, and they will go into second place, and they'll have to try and hold on to it. So Sinclair, of course, there's a chance that he could foul out. Dimunio wants to do his best for his team, get every point he can. So it's either 10 or 12 that he's going to get as a result of being in his first place match, of course. 58.65. So that's his best by around 3 meters that we've seen so far today. Stretching out, holding that javelin high. Josef Sindelar. So the Czechia athlete capable of over 72 meters here. Building up speed, withdrawing that throwing arm, pushing the way through the implement, diving down, and he hopes to block before the line, and it's a fantastic effort. Looks to have got the white flag. So what's this measurement here? And this could be one of the highlights of the day. Well, I've seen Johannes Vetter go over 90 meters in this stadium in the past as part of the European Athletics Throwing Cup, but you can see big cheers from his teammates, including Adela Hanakova, who was in the shot high jump finals earlier. 65.98 for Josef Sindelar, and it means that Skoda go over 100 points. 106, I make it now, they have. And Rieti in second place have 86. So it's certainly an unassailable lead, as confirmed a short while ago. And then Rattle, the Irish club, should have 80 points, finishing 6th here. So they're in 3rd. So it means that that still is a possible change in position going into the hunt. Very excited to see whether that could happen. And then SK Elite. So they got 6 points. So they should be on 72. Again, that's a possible change of position, but harder to do. And then Sporting, yeah, they got 8, so they're on to 70. I think that is also very possible. And Mets on 48. So they will find that Sporting are uncatchable in 6th place. So we'll be on with the hunt shortly, of course. 600 metres for women, 400 metres for men, 200 for women, and then 800 for men. So a relay of sorts, but with a staggered start. And obviously Skoda leading, so they will go off first. have such an advantage that they'll barely be seen in the distance, perhaps. That's 20 points. I think it'll be a 6.6 second advantage that they'll have. So, yes, we're not quite off into the distance, but considerable enough. Teams out there on the infield to support as the relay sides go around the laps. So of course Sporting only need to finish one place higher than SK Elite in order to at least tie with them. Back at some of the highlights of the competition, starting off with a 4x4 relay, which was won by Rieti, as you can see here. Just to build on what I was saying going into the hunt, though, because it's soon to get going. SK Elite, in order to move up position, it would be a tall ask. Let's say, for example, they finish first, and I think that would be difficult to do, given the quality that is out there. They would need Rattel to finish 5th or lower to tie with them, and they can only move up to a best of 3rd. May well find themselves defending against Sporting. And then at Rattel, I'm sure they'll have a good go at trying to overtake Rieti. So let's say they were first, for example. They would need to hope that Rieti were 4th or lower, because the gap is 6 points. So you need them to be 3 places back or lower, and Elite need Ratto to be 4 places or lower. Difficult to say, really. I mean, one thing is that Skoda, perhaps they'll know that the victory is wrapped up, so it gives the opportunity for someone else to go all guns blazing. But of course, you know, your team is made up of 4 different elements in a way, so you may have strengths and weaknesses, whereas in a conventional 4x400 meter relay you might be able to say, okay, this one team is definitely stronger in this event. 100 meters, this was a nice victory here. Skoda just coming past Doherty of Ratolt. Very, very close on the line there with that late dip. It was Pratali here we're looking at in the men's 200 meters. Maximum points for Rieti, and then Sindelar, and not Sinclair as I mistakenly called him at one point. Apologies for that. And he won the Javelin. So that gives us these overall standings. You can see there, this is 11 disciplines out of 12 then. And yes, the overtakes, they're possible between 2nd and 5th. There's even a small chance that Sporting could go up into the top 3, of course. And they would need to be, for example, 1st, and Ratot 5th or lower. You need to make up that 10-point advantage. 6th or lower, in fact. Can't be lower than 6th, so it's a maximum that can be made up. A DQ is also possible, so technically a DQ or DNF is lower in points terms in 6th place. Anyway, this overview of Leiria, of course on the west coast of Portugal between Porto and Lisbon, 2 major cities that you'll know. And so this is the lane draw, and as I say, each point is converted into 0.33 seconds. So 6.66 the advantage, 6.6 between the top 2. So you're watching the finale then, the hunt at the end of DNA Clash of the Clubs 4 between these under 20 teams. So Mets on the outside, then Sporting, so obviously means they're in 5th place, and they were saying they could go up into the top 3. Nice introduction there. This is SK Elite, they're in 4th. Also with a chance to climb into the top 3, but looking like a tall order. I think it's the Irish side, Rathold, who will go on the attack, trying to get up into the top 2. They're 6 points behind this next team we're about to see, Rieti. Rieti 26, of course, that denoting the fact they'll play host to the European Under-18 Championships next year. And then Skoda, our overall winners of Clash of the Clubs 4. As part of this dynamic new athletics format. It's been in play since 2019. Oh, that was unexpected. I don't think everyone's doing that. So the hunt, this staggered start, according to who is leading. And the lights flashing up green when it's time to go. Skoda have already gone. This 6.6 second advantage will feel like an age, but closer between 2nd and 3rd and the rest. And then Mets will also have to wait for a while. Seeming like statues, aren't they, when some are moving and others not. I'm sure this advantage is likely to grow here, but Rieti, they did win the mixed 4x4 relay, but how exciting is this? Because any overtake will mean a real-time change in position. As we look behind then, and the athletes on the infield all running from side to side to get a better glimpse of what's going on. So let's go down to the track with Skoda, our winners, out front. But it's close 2nd and 3rd, so looking to get a good view of that. Here we go. So this, of course, the first out of 4 legs. And in that margin, it had been 6 points, so 6 times at 0.33 seconds indeed. So this initial leg, of course, the women's 600 metres, men's 400, then women's 2, and then men's 8. Could we see another overtake on the inside? There's space there for Rieti. Getting ready to hand over. But 1 lap of the track for these men next. So it continues to be neck and neck. Of course, the genders are the same throughout. Different to what we saw earlier on in the mixed relay. Well, Skoda are going to win this individual event, barring injury, but look at this then, this making a big difference over this lap. And suddenly Rieti come to the fore in 2nd place. And I wonder whether SK Elite are under pressure from Sporting, but this gap has really grown from 2nd to 3rd. It looks like Sporting are ahead there. And of course, all they need to do is just be ahead by any margin because of that staggered start, that innovation there. Well, Skoda, though, look at this. They're being closed down by Rieti. So, goodness me, it was at 6.6 seconds. So Skoda against Rieti, in fact, are on the attack now. And we're going to have 2 laps of the track, of course, in this 800 metres. Following that women's 200. So, yes, as we're saying, really different strengths coming into play. So, coming on to this final lap, of course, it's Skoda from Rieti, from Ratto, then Sporting have moved past SK Elite, so that's an overtake up into 4th place. SK Elite, the Estonian club, down to 5th, and then Metz remaining in 6th spot at the moment. So Rieti challenging here and looking to win. Coming past, so has the Skoda man on this last leg saved anything for this final part of the race? So dramatic decider here. Rieti coming past in the closing stages and absolutely flying through, and thereby making up the margin of more than 6.6 seconds and making it an unassailable lead once the overtake happened. So absolutely extraordinary final leg in the 800 metres, and Rieti come through to take victory. After all of that hard work by Skoda, they also overturn what was the qualifying match positions. So no wonder the Italian club celebrating. Jubilation for them. The hosts of the European Athletics Under-18 Championships next summer have shown us some great young talent that may be part of the host Italian team there. Well, a new format to follow over the last few years at DNA Clash of the Clubs here, this time in Leiria, and it looked like Skoda had done so much hard work to build that advantage of 20 points, including with that Javelin victory just then for Sindelar that we'd seen over 60 metres with the Javelin. But Rieti were in 2nd place there. They had started off the competition well. 4x400 metre relay win. Also some good running performances, including the 400 hurdles and women's 800 metres. But Rieti, you can see here, and it's winners takes all because of the staggered start. So it all came down to the hunt in the end, the finale here. In the unique format, across 600, 400, 200 and 800. 2 laps of the track concluding then. And Skoda looked to have grown the initial 6.6 second advantage then. The Czech club, who won the qualification match and had been leading by 20 points coming into the hunt. Just as we have a look back here, Rieti and Ratto, we wonder whether the Irish club would actually go on the attack, but pretty soon Rieti had come past. But it was only once this 200 metres came into play that we thought there was a chance, and obviously this is the longest race of all the relay legs. 6.6 seconds actually coming into it isn't as much compared to, let's say, a 4x4. And that left Rieti as the victors. can see there, Rieti winning from Skoda by 4.91 seconds. And yeah, 11 seconds clear of Rattel, who would have hoped to, as I say, go on the attack and beat them. Sporting did get one position ahead by beating SK Elite. Well, that concludes DNA Clash of the Clubs 4. Hope you enjoyed watching over the last couple of days and have enjoyed the innovative format and the chance to really see what athletes are made of over one attempt. Of course, in those field events, I found that particularly enjoyable to watch, and being able to determine your own height that you're about to attempt in the high jump too. So thank you so much for watching from here inside the Dr. Magalhães Pessoa Stadium in Leiria in Portugal. Thank you and good night.
Sposto la camera.